さん、どうもどうも、はじめまして、今日からです。もう楽しいです。すごい、こちらです。楽しいです。もう一回、ダニエルさんと、ダニエルさん、はい、ありがとうございます。Alexander, great to meet you. Alexander, which I is on fly in Japan. Today I'm so looking forward to having this session.
Yes, so are we.
Actually, it's so honored to meet such a legendary person.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. はい、ありがとうございます。
一緒には行かれないんですけど、どうぞお入りください。はい。こちらリストバンドになりますので、これは昼夜共通でですので、はい。当日薬はお使いになりますか？パネルでお話しされる。
そうですね。一応持ってた。わ
かりました。その際は福島が理科用のものを向こうで持っていますので、
わかりました。
向こうで私。
はい。
受けられそうですね。はい。離れているところなんですけれども、商品だけは持っていただいて、小村先生に行かれるようなお荷物を。
どうも今日よろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございます。いやこちらこそありがとうございました。
もしよろしければ一緒について行かれる。
そうですか。
荷物だけ。大丈夫そうです。
はい、今さん大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫です。はい、はい、ください。
はい、ありがとうございます。おはようございます。今日よろしくお願いします。 Na, wie geht's dir? Lass dich mal drücken. Danke. Geht's dir gut? Ja?
すいません、ちょっとテストしたいんですけど、すいません、ちょっと同時通訳テストしたいんですけど、私が言ってることをさん、どうも久しぶり。元気？よかった。6時ぐらい、5時ぐらい、5時ぐらい。
Hello, hello, hello. Konnichiwa, guten Tag. Please put your headsets on. I am delighted to invite you and to welcome you to the 30th celebration anniversary of Berlin and Tokyo, these vibrant cities. It's actually a celebration of the people, the creative communities that make those beautiful cities shine. And even though my name is Ryotaro Chikushi, I will be your host today and will run you through the program today. And even though we have a lot to celebrate, we will also like to look at the challenges that made these cities thrive, that shaped us, and you will have the chance to meet quite a few of those shapers and doers who created this beautiful city that we love today. So with no further ado, I would really like to introduce you to open a conference, Dr. Sönke from the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany. Dr. Sönke, please welcome.
Thank you so much. So don't be afraid, I won't speak for 50 minutes because many of the speakers today have so much more to say than me. So my name is Sönke Grothusen, I'm head of the culture of the German Embassy, and we are very proud to present and to jointly open this conference today with this nice evening program as well. My wife and me, we have a small apartment in Berlin-Mitte, at the intersection of Köpenicker Straße and Heinrich-Heine-Straße. That's a very nice place with nice graffitis of open hands showing the victory signs. And there's a famous club in front of the house, which is called the Kit Kat Club. And if you come from Berlin, you know it by name. It has a big reputation of being very liberal, excessive, very colorful, and so on. Yeah, you have to Google it to understand what it's about. And 2 years ago, when we moved to Tokyo, I had a future renter who was coming to my apartment. He was from Brazil, a marketing designer, and he loved the apartment. And he asked, "So what about the club in front of the apartment?" And I said, "You know, it's the Kit Kat Club. Just Google it, and you will understand what it's like." And he did so, obviously, and he came back and said, "I love the place. I'll take it." So, and then 2 weeks ago, because we have to go back to Berlin next year. I had to rent the apartment again, and there was a future renter, possible renter from a neighboring country of Germany who is very well known for the preciseness of their watches, and to be very precise. And he also said, "Well, what about the club in front of the building?" I said, "It's the Kit Kat Club. Just Google it." And I have to say, I never heard of him again, so I have to find another renter. But if any one of you wants to rent a nice apartment in the center of Berlin, you can contact me. Yes, we are celebrating this whole year the 30th anniversary of the partnership between Berlin and Tokyo, with many events in fields of culture, science, politics, and so on. And we could see over the whole year that there are many things that Berlin and Tokyo have in common. First of all, both are like shining centers of the world in terms of their promise of a liberal way of life, and also as centers of freedom of the world. And they also, we have to face many phases we have to work on in terms of politics. For example, climate change, how it impacts also the metropole regions of the world. Or especially for Japan and Germany, demographic change. How do we cope with a society that is aging rapidly? And also, third of all, technology. So we have to think about what a city in the future might look like with the impact of AI and other developments in the field of technology. So many things that we have to also to tackle and to confront, and that's very important also to speak about this today. And I'm sure we have many insights on these topics in the course of this event. In terms of culture, which is my field, of course, culture is the crystallization point of a challenge that is very, very much moving many people in Germany and Japan today, which is the cost of living space and also the availability of it. So many people, especially young people, have to wait longer and to search for places to live, for apartments and so on. And that's something which is impacting also the electoral landscape of Germany, with people looking for solutions apart from the established parties. And that's something we need to look into, because that's a danger also for our democracy in some way. And culture is experiencing this in a special way, because many of the clubs, especially in Berlin, who came to be established there in the 90s or even earlier, came there when the space was relatively cheap and so on. And they are very nice spots of the city, which are getting much more expensive. Many more people are wanting to go there and also offer high prices for those spaces. So it's much more like difficult to keep those spaces. And that's something also I think will be a topic today, and I expect that there will be many insights into this discussion. So, to make it short, I would like to really thank the organizer of this event, Ryotaro. Thank you so much for being our partner and to finding this beautiful location. And thank you so much the panelists that you can introduce here today. There are many interesting and very much well-known people here, like Danielle de Picciotto. Thank you so much for coming. I don't see her right now, but she's... yes, thank you. And Alexander Hacke, of course, artist, actor, and a visionary member of the group Einstürzende Neubauten, one of the most important groups of Germany since the 80s. Professor Mitsuhiro Takemura, who established the ECCO Night in the club Gold in 1989 and is one of the most important multiplicators for art, who brought, for example, Joseph Beuys and Nam June Paik to Japan. Also, Takaaki Umizawa, one of the establishers of the Japan Nighttime Economy Association, so very much renowned person. And of course, it's an honor to welcome here Tokyo Metropolitan Assembly member Nobuku Irie. Thank you so much. It's an honor for us to have you here. The speaker of the Berlin Club Commission, Lutz Leichsring. Thank you so much for coming. Mark Wohlrabe, also founder of the International Conference on Nightlife, Stadt Nach Acht. And finally, last but not least, Heike Sürmann, Naohiro Ukawa, and Nao Kawamura, very special panelists for us today. Thank you so much. I'm very much curious which ideas and also solutions for present challenges will be discussed and made up today. Thank you so much, Ryotaro, and welcome to you all. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Great. So we don't know how many of you have been to Berlin before, so we would like to have a smooth introduction of what Berlin is about. And I have a fantastic guest here, Mark Wohlrabe, an entrepreneurial mindset and a political lobbyist, a true advocate and ambassador for the fight for culture in Berlin. Tell us your story, Mark.
My story is about... story is always connected with paper, books. Originally, I did a nightlife magazine in the 90s, and it was the glorious time when Berlin was more free than you ever could imagine at the post-Cold War city. So when I came here again, I have first to thank Rio and his partner Douglas to be back in Tokyo. We had a very good working together 10 years ago when we were celebrating the connection between Tokyo and Berlin with the city partnership for 20th year's birthday. So now we have the 30th birthday. So I'm very happy to be here and to work on our connection together. Also, when I was talking to Rio about the history of Berlin and what is so special, I was thinking about what do I know about Japanese people in Germany. So in the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, Düsseldorf was one of the very important hotspots for really cool music in Germany. So all of you maybe know Kraftwerk. Once, I would say, in 50 years, 100 years, we look back, Germany, the country of Beethoven, but also Kraftwerk. And they come from Düsseldorf. You maybe know the biggest Japanese community in Germany is in Düsseldorf. So why we are talking about Düsseldorf when we are here in Berlin now? Why these people are so interested now in Berlin. Düsseldorf for us in Germany is one of the examples how you lose your creative mind. It's still an important city for commercial, for industrialization, but everything what was creative and they had it in their hands, they lost it. So interestingly, it might be to see how it will tackle in future that more Japanese people will come to Berlin, and why? Because in the moment they have still an infrastructure quite well from the past, born or built from the combination of big industrial companies like Sumitomo, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, which once came first to Düsseldorf, but now Berlin has become more and more the powerhouse of Germany, especially in the combination of policy, economical, and creative input. And this is something what tackled me personally. I'm working at this combination between creativity and policy and administration. I work with politicians and administration and creative people like Lutz and other partners, like our creatives from Berlin. Hello, Axel. Hello, Daniel. We work so hard to make our people aware in Berlin that the creativity is one of our heavy industries, what we have to save, what we have to develop. And you were mentioning that creativity is always connected to spaces. So you need the space that you can experience the creativity. Of course, you can do everything in the internet in future. Maybe every kind of internet resource will help you to get a touch of creativity. But finally, we believe, and it was so nice that you were mentioning such an interesting space like KitKat Club, which is really special in Berlin. You have to experience by yourself. It is about that humans work and celebrate and exchange what we are in humankind. So you need the spaces and not just the internet things. And I believe that we have here a special connection because when we come to Tokyo, it is always for us a very big driving force to experience the creativity of your city and what you're bringing here together and what we can take from this experience to our home country. Personally, for me, as Mark Wohlrabe, for example, I'm always very interested in your combination of harmony and nature, of futurism and traditional views to your own history. Personally, I believe we could have something more out of that in Berlin and in Germany as well, and especially where we are facing now in Berlin a time where we are becoming a more and more expensive city, which for our people is quite new. You have this pressure here in Tokyo since a long time. For us in Berlin, it's quite new to handle that, how to protect our individual creativity and to be or to live in a more and more expensive city. And I hope that we can exchange on this knowledge our future developments and future ideas, because independent people, independent creative ideas are not only born in large corporations. They are not born in Siemens. They are not born in Sumitomo or Mitsui Mitsubishi. You need the contact of individual people, and you need the power agencies to bring these people together. So we need the help of our governments and administrations, but we need the freedom to work as we have something in our creative minds. And when I left Berlin, I found at the elevator a little bit in the backside of our airport a very nice speech of our former mayor, Willy Brandt, who was once the mayor when the wall was built, 1961. He became later chancellor, and I tried to say it in English, and I hope you can then translate it. So Willy Brandt said, if I were asked to say what, apart from peace, was most important to me as Willy Brandt, with all the history he had, then my answer to you would be freedom. And I think this is what we have in Berlin, this freedom of individuality, of individual persons, the diversity, and that we keep that alive, and that we invite the world to our city to experience that and to bring it back into your city. So freedom, this is the message what we have from Berlin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. We would start with our first panel. And I must say, I quite vividly remember the day in November in 1989 when my family said, "No, we have to go to Berlin. Something is happening that will change history." And we went to see the fall of the wall. And since that, the city has transformed in so many ways, went through challenges and resilience. And we have a panel today where we have witnesses, but also shapers and definers and doers who really created the cities of Berlin and Tokyo that we love so much today. And I would like to invite the speakers, Matsushima-san, where is that? From Wired Magazine. ありがとうございます. And Alexander Hacke from the Neubauten. And Daniel de Picciotto, founder of the first Laugh Parade. So, please. And from the Japanese side, Professor Takemura, founder of the Echo Night at Gold and an ambassador of arts in Japan. Matsushima-san, I give the mic to you.
はい、ありがとうございます。マイクですね。はい。改めまして、ワイヤードというメディアをやっております松島と申します。ワイヤードこういうちょうど最新号リジェネラティブシティという特集、都市なんですけれども、なので今日のテーマすごく楽しみにしているんですが、ワイヤード自身はテックカルチャーメディアみたいに言われているんですけど、僕自身は何でしょう、本当に90年代初頭にそれこそゴールドキーエナジーっていうパーティーずっとやっていて、そういうの通ったりとか、ずっとレイブカルチャーを追いかけて90年代は本当にラブパレード一人で行ったこともあって、そういう本当になんていうかセカンドサマーオブラブの流れもカルチャーをずっと浴びていた世代代表として今日はこの素敵な3人のゲストの方々のお話を伺っていきたいというふうに思っています。今回そのベルリンと東京のその友好関係30周年を記念するということで、この音楽、アート、文化の領域で世界的に影響を与えたこの3名の方々に、その国境を越えた対話というものを通じて歴史的な瞬間をもう一度振り返っていきたいというふうに思っています。現在どういうふうに皆さん捉えられているのか、その視点を交換することによって、その先にこれからの未来というものをね、ぜひ伺っていく、そういったこの文化の進化とその影響を掘り下げていくようなセッションにしたいと思います。早速ご紹介いたします。先ほどもねちょっとご紹介いただいていたんですけれども、僕の隣にいらっしゃるダニエルでピッチオットさんです。ダニエルさんは、この1回目ベルリンラブパレードの共同ファウンダーということで、もう本当にその歴史的な人物のお一人だと思うんですけれども、その音楽と文化を融合するようなイベントというものを通じて、まさに今日お話あったようにそのベルリンというものを世界に認知されたそのクリエイティブシティであるということを知らしめた、その張本人のお一人だということを言えると思います。彼女が与えた影響っていうものは特にそのベルリンの壁が崩壊した89年以降、本当にそのダイナミックな90年代のその文化というものを作り上げたその象徴的な存在のお一人だというふうに伺っています。そして、真ん中にいらっしゃるのがアレクサンダー・ハッケさんです。こちらその伝説の前衛音楽グループ、先ほどねドイツで最も重要なバンドの一つなんだっていうお話もありましたけれども、アインシュトゥでノイバウテンのメンバーでいらっしゃいます。ノイズとかパフォーマンスアート、実験音楽というものの革新的な表現を探求されることによって、音楽の境界を破ると、ベルリンのこのアバンギャルドシーンにおいて最も重要な役割を果たされて、ベルリンの壁崩壊の土壌を、特にその80年代土壌をベルリンで築き上げてきた、そういった人物になります。そして一番 左側にいらっしゃいます竹村光弘先生です。ワイヤードでも大変お世話になっているんですけれども、まさにそうしたそのアバンギャルドなそのカルチャー、あるいはなんて言うんでしょう、ある種のそのメインカルチャーに対するそのカウンターというような、その80年代90年代、そして僕らお世話になっているような00年代以降のカルチャーを作り上げてきた、日本の本当に最重要人物のお一人だというふうに考えております。ヨーゼフボイスですとかね、ビデオアーティストのナムジュンバイクなんかを日本にもご紹介してきた、まさにその日本の文化のキーパーソンというふうに言えると思います。あとはその89年その伝説的なそのクラブであるゴールドでエコナイトというものを創設して、ある種の新しいその文化運動というものを引き起こして、まさに今日こうやって集まっていただいているような、国際的な国境を越えたそのアバンギャルドなシーンというものを築き上げてきた、重要な役割を果たされてきました。今日はぜひこのゲスト3人の方とお話を伺っていきたいと思います。改めてですね、まずはご紹介今回80年代から90年代のこのその文化、そのカルチャーというものをじゃあベルリンとそれと東京ということでどういうふうにこう変遷があったのか、ぜひね3人のご視点からそれをまずは伺っていきたいと思うんですけれども、最初ダニエルさんとアレクサンダーさんの方で自己紹介を兼ねてちょっとビデオもあるというふうに伺っているんですけれども、改めてそのベルリンでどのようなご活動をされてきて、どういうふうにそれをご覧になってきたのかというのをご紹介いただけるでしょうか。
Well, I came to Berlin in 1987 from New York, and I stayed in Berlin because it seemed like paradise. It was very, very cheap. I got a huge apartment for 30 marks, which is like $15, and it was not dangerous in comparison to New York, and everybody was creative. So I thought that it was the perfect spot to be creative. And of course, 1987 was just before the fall of the wall, which we didn't know, and a huge upheaval happened. But I think Alexander started in the 80s, so he should start first.
From 80s からじゃあはいお願いします。
Yeah. Hi, my name is Alexander Hacker. I was born in Berlin in 1965, so shortly after the wall was built. I'm a West Berliner, so I didn't know a different world than the world that it was back then. My neighborhood would always stop with a wall at one point. And very early on, I decided to skip school and instead spend my time at record stores. Like in 1979, I was like 12, 13 years old, and got my education in independent record stores instead. And when I turned 15, I decided I would be a full-blown musician. Yeah, that's me doing tape performances. I would utilize cassette tapes. The older between in the audience might remember the days when we listened to music on cassette audio tapes. And I would use these tapes and do sound performances with them. That's me when I'm like 16 years old, I think.
Is that you?
That's me.
I see.
And yeah, the other thing that I came to realize when we arrived here last Sunday is that it's been exactly 40 years since I first visited Tokyo. My band Einsturz und Neubauten played here in 1984. And yeah, so I am very happy to be back, and it's also quite interesting to see how Tokyo has changed so incredibly since those days.
ありがとうございます。ちょっとだけその伝説的なバンドノイバウテンのお話も伺いたいんですけれども、80年代先ほどねこのイベントのご紹介で作っていただいたタイトルでもまさにそのベルリンの壁崩壊に向かうその文化シーンを作り上げてきたその重要な、ある種の本当にその実験的に、壁の崩壊からの後に続くものをある種敗退させていたそのスタートポイントだったということだと思うんですけれども、どういった活動をされていて、それはそのベルリンあるいはそのドイツあるいは世界のシーンにどういう影響を与えたと今捉えられていらっしゃるでしょうか。
Well, I am, and Einstürze Neubauten essentially is a West Berlin band. And the thing that happened with the change of the wall, with the fall of the wall, basically was a complete change in attitude in the cultural scene. West Berlin was a very secluded little island of a few hundred people doing all kinds of things. And there was a great sense of solidarity. We all knew each other and we all helped each other. And when the wall fell, for us, that was, I mean, a great historical event on one side, but then also in the course of the 90s, a completely different attitude entered our little community, and that was the attitude of competition. And I think that's something that we always have to remember, how important solidarity is, as opposed to competing and be faster and more successful than your neighbor.
面白いですね。ありがとうございます。ダニエラさんは、そういうソリダリティのあるそのベルリンに、80年代にいらっしゃった。その80年代のシーンをどういうふうに捉えられていて、そこから、ラブパレードは89年だと思うんですけれども、それはどういうふうに89年壁の崩壊、そして90年代って続いていたというふうにご覧になっていますか
？Well, I mean, the important thing about the 80s was that it was so cheap that nobody really had to work more than once a week in a cafe. And you had time to basically think about philosophy and art. And you didn't have to worry about paying your rent. You didn't have to worry at all. You could just do things that you really believed in. And when the wall came down, the competition came, as Alexander said, and people started worrying about money. And so in that way, culture was narrowed a little bit down, because instead of, dealing with art and philosophy 24 hours a day, you had to start thinking about your rent for at least 10 hours a day, and then you had less and less time to think about, your art. And also, before, you could do art without thinking about if you had to sell it. When the wall came down and the companies moved in, you had to start thinking about, is my art commercial enough or not? And in that way, culture kind of narrowed down too. And the interesting thing was that because the culture was so free and wild before, it attracted tourism. And the tourism made money for Berlin. So basically, although the artists didn't think in a competitive way, the results of their free-thinking art resulted in a lot of money for Berlin. So that's a very interesting thing, I think, that same thing with the Love Parade. When Motte and I decided to do the Love Parade together, we were not thinking about making money. We didn't even expect to do it twice. We just wanted to do a parade for the music that we loved. It was a new music. It was new technology. I mean, the fall of the wall coincided with a complete change in general of fashion, of technology, of music, of digital, of analog. It was like a completely new beginning. And we wanted to celebrate that. We wanted to celebrate a new generation and a new beginning. That was the only idea we had. I think we invested 100 marks in the first Love Parade. We just rented a little car and a turntable, and that was it, And then we told all our friends, come and dance. And a lot of them thought we were crazy, and they said, you're crazy, and we're not going to come and dance on the street in front of many people. Yes. And then we started walking down, and people caught the excitement. And then they wanted to participate. And then when it was over the first day, they all said, we have to do it again. So we were like, okay, we'll do it again. The first time it was 150 people. The second time it was already 1,000. And then it went up to 1.5 million. But this all happened without us originally thinking of money. But within, I think, 4 years, Berlin started earning a lot of money because of the Love Parade. I think it was 7.5 million they would earn on one weekend. And so for me, that's always a lesson, for one, that you can always create ideas without money, because the actual important thing is creativity. And it doesn't have to be made for money, but it can generate money, which I think is really important. Because if you do it from the start, because you want to earn money, you narrow your idea. So that's what I learned through the Love Parade.
面白いですね。振り返ってみると、その当時、89年、90年代ぐらい、例えば日本でも多摩川とかその東京に大きな河原があるんですけど、そういうところでゲリラ的にレイブパーティーとかって開いたりとか、夜中にどっかなんか伊豆の山奥で今晩やってるらしいよみたいな、そういうものがあって、多分ね、最初は150人から始まって本当にそういうものとしてのカルチャーが立ち上がっていったと思うんですけれども、でもなぜじゃあそのベルリンではそれが本当にあれだけ大きなものになり得たのかっていう、なんか他の例えば都市とか地区との違いみたいなのって考えられることありますか？
I think that we caught the spark of the time. We basically were expressing that what a lot of people our age felt, that it was a new era. That it was that everybody felt, we were living in a post-war city, in a post-war country, and Berlin was very depressing and very dark and very melancholic. Everybody wore black. And we were 25, we wanted colors, we wanted the new technology. It was an emotional thing that the new generation wanted new things. They didn't want to be sad, they wanted to be happy. And because we were generating this idea from our feeling, it caught on to all the emotions. I mean, we didn't even have any advertising. It just happened, by people telling each other. So, I mean, if you feel the feeling of a generation, then you can emotionally understand what's important to them. And we did it instinctively. And so it just jumped, and everybody, yeah.
ありがとうございます。さて、もうここら辺のお話をぜひちょっと日本の文脈からも引き取っていただくためにもちょっと竹村先生にもお伺いしたいんです。もうね、竹村先生ベルリンのご著書もあってやはりこの街というものをずっとご覧になっていきたいで、どこら辺から例えばベルリンみたいなところって接続されていて、今アレキサンダーさんとダニエラさんがお話しされていたようなところは、竹村さんご自身はね、もう70年代から本当に最近のご著書でももうニューヨークマンハッタンから始まってもう本当にいろんな文化をご覧になってきたと思うんです。どういうふうに例えば接続されて、それ日本の文脈とはどこで重なってくるんでしょうか？
はい、1978年に最初にマンハッタンニューヨークに行って、それからほぼ10年弱はニューヨークで、それから次はサンフランシスコに拠点がシフトしていって、でその後東京に戻るんですけど、89年の11月、9日にベルリンの壁が崩壊しますけど、ちょうど同じ時期に東京の芝浦っていうところにゴールドってクラブが作られたんですね。やはりちょうど1989年の11月です。でそこで毎月1回エコナイトっていう、エコナイトっていうのは環境のエコではなくてアースコインシデンスコントロールオフィスって言って、そのジョン・シー・リリーっていう、イルカと超意識っていうかそれの研究家でジョン・リリーっていう人がいますけど、彼が提唱したその地球の偶然っていうのはある大きな存在によって管理されてるっていう考え方なんですけど、それを日本の一期一会っていう言葉がありますけど、それをクラブに投影して、クラブでそのコンピューターカルチャーと、クラブカルチャーを合流したような最初のその拠点が東京でできるんですね。で先ほどから経済の話が非常に出てましたけど、その時期の東京っていうのはバブル経済の絶頂期で、もうその広告予算というものをはじめあらゆるところにお金が回っていて、普段だからメインストリームでは目にしないようなアンダーグラウンドカルチャーだとかカウンターカルチャーだとか、こういったものに資金がどんどん還流するような時代だったんですね。でそういう意味で壁の崩壊したベルリンに最初に行ったのが1990年で、それは日本のテレビ局の取材で行ったんですね。でアレキサンダープラッツのまだ地下鉄が封鎖されている時の 地下に入ってアートプラスコムっていうそのメディアアートの集団と一緒になってサイバーシティベルリンっていうそのプロジェクトを展開していたのを取材したりですね、でその辺りがベルリンにすごく興味を持って、でその東ベルリンっていうよりむしろそのミッテとかまだその崩壊直後のミッテっていうのはニューヨークの昔の1980年代初頭のイーストビレッジのような空間で、廃墟がほとんどでしたから、そういったその環境っていうものが全部そのなんかこう混じり合う場所だったですね、僕がその辿ってきた。でそのゴールドは1年間エコナイトっていうのを展開したり、その他2つのクラブスペースをずっと運営してたりしてるんで、もうその1年間やることをやったっていう感じでバブル経済がこう終わっていくんですけどそんな時代でしたね、今日東京は。
ありがとうございます。この度その竹村先生はそのアウトライングっていう、本当にこう自助伝でもあり、ただやっぱりそれこそ竹村先生が、70年代後半のジャーマンハッタンから始まって、ある種のそのアバンギャルド、カウンターメインに対するアンダーグラウンドカウンターなものっていうものを本当にそういうこうホットスポットゾーンというところをこう渡り歩いてきているし、なんかそういったものがこう世界の中でどう動いてきたのかっていうのを僕なんかはこう初めて本当に言語化文脈化されて、ある程度経年的にそれをこう改めてこう理解することができたなと思ったんですけれども、なんかそういう意味で例えばじゃあ89年はそのベルリンの壁は崩壊して日本は昭和からちょうど平成に変わった年、象徴的にそこで結ばれる年なんですけれども、ちょうど89年から、例えば90年代後半インターネットというものが本当に前傾化してくる時代っていうこの間の10年って割とその文化的に今日お集まりのこういった文脈がなかなかこう文脈化されてしっかりとこう顕在化してないんじゃないかなって今回いろいろと考えてこのイベントのためにつらつらと考えていて改めて思ったんですけれども、なんか今日はぜひそこら辺でじゃあこの90年代って何だったのか、あるいはそれは今の僕らにどういうものをこう伝えているのかっていうのをぜひいろいろ伺っていきたいなと思うんですが、竹村先生そこら辺のその90年代の何かそこでこう竹村先生持ってこられたカルチャーみたいなものっていうのはなんかどういうふうに僕らその形としてこうなんとか言語化しているのかとか受け継いでいるのかっていうのはどういうふうにご覧になってますか。
89年とか90年代の初頭っていうのはインターネットがまだない時代だったんで、日本で顕在化するのが93年ぐらいからなんで、僕らはいち早く商用インターネットっていうのをマンションのバスルームをこう3マイクロのそのサーバーを入れて
伊藤浄一さんとかと一緒に
バスルームにそのサーバーを入れて、128K っていうその今では考えられないくらい低いバンドウィスでネットを始めたんですけど、そのインターネット前とインターネット後というものに非常にこう分かれる時代だったと思いますね。それで逆に言えばその80年代の終わりとか90年代の本当に初頭っていうのはそのミッシングリンクのような形でそのインターネットのその展開によってどんどん情報の蓄積っていうのが起こってくるんですけど、それ以前直前のその文化っていうものはほとんどこうネットの記録からこう残ってないんですよね。
残ってないですよね。
ですからそのちょうどこう忘却される寸前の文化っていうか、だからその非常に意図的にそういったものをアーカイブするっていう努力は今されてると思うんですけど、かなり忘れられてしまっている文化でもあるかなと思いますね。
面白い。ぜひダニエルさん。
Yes, it is interesting because in Berlin in the 80s and also the early 90s, it was forbidden to take a camera into the clubs. Completely. It was completely forbidden and nobody wanted because it was like a secret space. And so cameras had...
Yeah.
And illegal, yes. And so there's no pictures, there's very little film footage, and it's really difficult to make movies about this time because there's actually no documentary about it. But that's also what it made it special, because people that were not in the club didn't know what was happening.
アレキサンダーさん、どういうふうにご覧になっていますか。それこそ、そうやってアンダーグラウンドでやられてきた、ポピュラーになっていくわけですけれども、そういったそのインターネット前の時代っていう、アーカイブされていないインターネット前の時代っていうものをなんか僕らはどうやって今捕まえに行けばいいのかとか、どういうふうに今影響を与えているのかっていうのをどういうふうにご覧になっているでしょうか。
Well, I am very happy to actually that my formative years happened in that period that I was a teenager at a time when there was no internet. I always like to tell the story because it's very important. When I grew up and when I started getting involved into music, the arts and the underground basically, in Germany in general, we had 3 television programs. 3 television programs that started at sometime between 7 and 9 in the morning, and they went until 12 o'clock at night. The 3 television programs would stop with the playing of the national anthem, and then for the rest of the night there would be white noise. And that period, that time frame, the white noise frame, that was when we started to get creative, because we didn't have any entertainment, we didn't have any distraction, you know, and we were on our own in the middle of the night. Everyone was sleeping. So what can we do now? And that's how everything started for me. And I see with my son, who is 35 now, or my daughter, who is 25, their life has happened so completely different, because for them, pretty much every minute of their waking life, they are distracted by an influx of information that in order to have any clear thought about anything, you have to block it out. Because, you know, if you want to be creative, which means you want to create something new that was not there before, you cannot be distracted by information about things that already exist. You know, it does not work. and I think that's something we have to remind ourselves, that we have to create a space where we actually can create.
すごいいいお話ですね。なんかホワイトノイズはそのまま本当に創作につながってそうなお話だったんですけれども、ちょっと先ほどのちょっとビジネスというかコマーシャルとその創造性というかクリエイティブみたいなところをもう少しお伺いしていきたいなと思ったんですが、ワイヤードの昔ちょっと書いたことがあるんですけど、例えばサマー・オブ・ラブっていうと例えば60年代後半に、サンフランシスコで、竹村先生お詳しいと思うんですけど、サマー・オブ・ラブ、本当にそのヒッピーたちのカウンターカルチャーがあって、名前の通りだからひと夏本当にそのユーフォリアというんですかね、もう本当に何か社会のコードが全て一回フラットになった瞬間が現れる時があって、で、セカンドサマー・オブ・ラブって多分ウィキペディア的には例えばイギリスから起こりましたとかあると思うんですけど、やっぱりその89年、壁も壊れて、やっぱりなんとかある種のユーフォリアがその瞬間って生まれて、そこで例えばラブパレードっていうものが生まれて、で僕はなんかワイヤード的にはSNS の本当の初期のもうめちゃくちゃ最良な時期、サードサマー・オブ・ラブみたいにちょっと言ったことがあるんですけれども、要するに社会の一回コードがフラットになって、なんか社会の口がパッと開いて、なんか本当に先ほどねベルリン自由なんだっていう話ありましたけど、その自由ってものを誰もがなんか手で掴んで確かめられるような瞬間っていうのがやってきて、でもやってくるとまたその口ってまた閉じていくというか、いつの間にかそれは例えばその商業とかさまざまな観光とかもそうですし、気づくとそれはまた体制的になっていったり商業的になっていって、自由なんか掴んだつもりの自由がまたなくなっていくっていうことを歴史的になんか大きな波でいくつか開いているように思うんですけれども、で僕はそういうふうに捉えているんですが、なんかそういった一回的にサマー・オブ・ラブ的に開くものとしての文化と、いやでもそれは例えばやっぱり80年代90年代があって、今00年代とか20年代っていうのがあって積み重なっていくものがあるんだっていうふうな捉え方ももちろんできると思うんですけれども、そこら辺の見方をちょっと 3人からお伺いできたらと思うんですけれども、いかがですか。竹村先生から例えばお伺いしてもいいですか。
そうですね。最近では透明社会っていう本を書いたビンチョルハンっていう、ベルリン芸術大学にいた韓国生まれの哲学者ですね。ドイツ在住の彼がその透明性を求める社会、もちろんその政治の透明性だとか経済の透明性っていう、社会に不可欠な透明性っていうのは必要なんですけど、これを過剰に進めていくと管理社会になっていくっていう、そういう逆転した現象について非常に鋭い論説を彼は書いてるんですけど、開いていくと閉じていくっていうか、でそういう繰り返しだと思うんですね、文化っていうのは。だから逆に言えばそう閉じてきつつある今の社会の、いろんな監視資本主義とかいろんなソーシャルメディアの例えば反転現象っていうものを通してそこから通過してそこから新しいものを切り開いていく文化っていうのがある意味でカウンターカルチャーだと思うんですね。でそういうカウンターカルチャーっていうのがかつてのカウンターカルチャーが今もう完全に主流経済を例えばアップルのジョブズもそうですし、いろんな自然食品だとか健康だとかそういったものへの思考っていうのはドイツで起きたレーベンスレフォルムっていう運動がドイツとスイスで起きて、でそれがサンフランシスコに渡ってサンフランシスコの初期のヒッピーカルチャーができて、それがもう一回ヨーロッパに戻ってベルリンを経由して戻ってきたみたいなところがあると思うんですけど、そういう循環する社会の、グローバルな環境の中でのコミュニケーションの在り方っていうものを含めてネット後の社会っていうのはそういった閉じて開いていくっていうそういう繰り返しが非常に起こりやすい状況になってきてるんじゃないかなと思います。
ありがとうございます。それ繰り返す、閉じて開く、繰り返すということですね。ありがとうございます。ダニエルさんはいかがですか。
I think the most important thing is breaking rules and questioning things. I mean, when I came to Berlin originally, the thing I thought was most fascinating coming from New York was that in Berlin in the 80s, everything was questioned. Like, Einstein and Neubauten, they questioned the concept of music in general. And they questioned playing instruments. Why does it have to be an instrument? Why can't it be a table? Why can't it be a glass? And they created a completely new genre of music. And then in the 90s, at the beginning of the 90s with technology, a lot of the people that were doing electronic music, they used electronic equipment which was originally made, for instance, for guitar players, but they used it completely differently, and in that way created a new way of doing music. So I think the most important thing is basically to question everything. Like, what is it that our society is dictating us, and what's right about it and what's wrong about it and what do I feel, and trying to break it apart and see what's in between. And that's how the creative process restarts. And it's interesting because with every movement, like for instance, like with the Love Parade or also, and then they become a tradition. And the tradition starts, cementing it into this is the way you have to do it. And then you have to break that open again and create something new. So it's always the questioning of given genres or given rules to create something new. It's the only way.
人類がちゃんとクエスチョンを提示するっていう力は今どうですか。常に僕らは持っているのか、時代で弱まる時もあれば強まる時もあるのか、悲しいことにすごいどんどん弱まってんじゃないかみたいに思われているか、そこら辺いかがですか。
Well, I think the industry is doing everything it can to make us stop questioning because it feeds us so much that we're so busy eating all the information, the food, the fashion, the trends, everything, that we are too lazy to question. Many people are, but I think that, thank God, there's always enough people that question to start the stone rolling. And I think as soon as one feels unhappy or caged in, one just has to start questioning, and then it starts the process within oneself. But at the moment, it's very, very difficult, because if people are too well fed, they don't move.
ありがとうございます。まさにそういう意味でね、すごい衝撃的な、もともとベルリンめちゃくちゃ安かったってお話もあって、だからさっきなんか都市ベルリンすごい高くなったってお話をそういうことかって本当に思ったんですけれども、そういう意味でアレキサンダーさんね、そのノイバウテンで本当にまさにその時代に対してクエスチョンをこう提示して、ある種のそのノームというかコードをこうブレイクすることによって次のクリエイティブ、次のカルチャーっていうのをこう作られてきた存在だと思うんですけれども、なんかそういったものっていうのはこうずっと先ほどの質問にもずっとこう続いていくものなのか、やっぱり何か大きなタイミングとか時代の波みたいなものがあるのか、なんかそこら辺はどういうふうにご覧になっているでしょうか。
I think we have to refrain from, and that's another way of calling it questioning, we have to refrain from taking things at face value. Our power lies within our ability to project into any given thing or any given situation. Like one thing that Neubauten does, for example, is the concept of repurposing. You know, like we take something, we see something. It might have been like a road divider in, in a city like Zagreb. We drive from the hotel to the soundcheck in Zagreb in Croatia. And we see on the street a plastic object that is a divider of, like to regulate the traffic. And we look out at the window and we say, like, this thing might sound really good. So somebody jumps out of the car and steals that thing and takes it to the sound check. And we microphone it, we put contact mics on that orange plastic object, it was at the time. And we think, yeah, this actually sounds really good. And you know what? This object then traveled from that intersection in Zagreb a few times around the entire planet.
Wow.
And so therefore we gave something a new life that it didn't have before. And I think that is a philosophical concept that can be applied in many ways. Things are not, and situations are not reduced to what they seem at first sight. There's always potential to make them something better or something bigger and give them a new life and a new purpose. And I think that's a very important way of looking at things, because the way what Danielle was saying, the way society is trying to keep us controlled with like commercial goods, like and to fuel our greed. That's a very important concept that we have to overcome. That we don't need more things to be given to us. We need to develop the ability to make the things that are already there something better, and that also applies to ourselves even. There's nothing we are lacking as people, as individuals. Everything is just, unfortunately, a lot of the things are still to be uncovered. And that's the purpose. That's the purpose of life, I suppose. Just break it free.
And this is also important environmentally, I think.
Yeah.
ありがとうございます。いや、もうまさにちょっと金言をいただいたなと思うんですが、竹村先生にもお伺いしたいんですけども、その閉じては開いて、閉じては開いてっていうことがある中で、今時代状況として、本当に情報はもう本当入って捨てるほどありますと。で、物質もものすごく豊かになってきて、そういった状況の中で、ある種そのクリエイティブでいること、あるいは何かを想像すること、何かにクエスチョニングを向けることっていうのはやっぱり僕ら状況的には難しくなってきてるんでしょうか。
マクルハンという人がその状況を皆に知らせることができるのはアーティストだっていうことを言ってるん んですね。いわゆる次の時代に何が起こっているの、今は何が起こっていて次の時代どういうことが起こるのかっていうことを告知する役割がアーティストだっていうふうに彼は言ったんですけど今の時代何でもかんでもが特に日本は何でもアートになってしまう時代でこれはドイツとかベルリンで僕らが感じているそのアートっていう概念とだいぶ違うと。で今彼がおっしゃってたあらゆるものが消費文化の対象になっていてアーティストも言ってみれば消費文化の中に組み込まれてしまっている状況が多々あると思うんですね。で基本的にアートって何かっていうと例えばじゃあエンターテインメントやアミューズメントって何ですかって言った時にそれは人々が望むものに応えることだと。アートっていうのは人々に要求を課すことだと。つまりそれはさっき彼女がおっしゃってたアートっていうものに対してのその考え方はやっぱりドイツと日本では共通している部分もありますけどかなり違う。ヨーゼフ・ボイスがあらゆる人々は芸術家であるっていうふうに言ったのはつまり芸術家でなくてはならないっていうことを言ったんですね。つまり誰もがみんな音楽を作れたり絵を描いたりすることがアーティストではなくて社会というものに問いかけて社会というものを彫刻する変えていくことができるのがアーティストだっていうふうに言ったわけですよね。だからそういう考え方にもう一回立ち戻っていく必要が今あるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
Yes, it's very interesting because at the beginning of the 90s, there was a phase where the Goethe Institute would very often ask artists from Berlin to go to different countries and tell them about how they create. Because Berlin was so poor that we had to be very, very inventive and very creative. So they sent us to countries, for instance, like Bosnia, which was, a country that had had a war, and they were destroyed. And they asked us to tell young people how to create, how to be creative, to get out of the depression of war. But they also sent us to Italy, where the Italian young people were depressed because they said, there's Michelangelo, there's Leonardo da Vinci, what am I supposed to do? There's nothing left to do. So they sent us to countries that were very rich in culture and countries that were very destroyed, because they said, this creative attitude of taking things from nothing or breaking the rules and creating something is the only way you can keep your soul happy in poor and rich countries. And I had a very interesting experience in 1998. We were also asked to go to Hong Kong. Because they had noticed that because the country was so focused on economic issues that the suicide rate was going up amongst young people. And they asked us Berlin artists to come and to teach them how to create an underground in which you question things. Because they noticed that the soul needs this soil to be able to be happy.
ありがとうございます。今すごくもう一つ重要なトピックスをいただいたなと思うんですけれども、これ後半でお伺いしたいと思ったんですが、先ほどちょっと紹介したこのリジェネラティブシティという都市の号でも今都市っていうものを考えるときに、例えば2050年には多分人類の6割7割は都市に住むだろうと。要するにそのメガシティ化っていうものは大きなトレンドとしては今進んでいますと。で先ほどもねベルリンものすごく高くなったんだってことをおっしゃってましたけど、基本的にもう東京とかもね僕らホテル泊まれないですよね。普通にもう3万5万が当たり前になってしまって、都市っていうものはますます人々が集まってくるし高級になっていく中で、このマガジンの中でも一つ問いかけたのは、一方で今都市開発どのデベロッパーも文化 文化をインストールしますと、もう文化都市にします、この施設カルチャーの発信地になります、クリエイターが集まりますってどこもやります、どこもやるんですけれども、やっぱりそれで成功できる場所もあれば掛け声だけで終わって、要するにこう商業的なものでこう終わってしまうようなこう場所もあると。なんかこれからこう都市ってものをこう考えていくときに、なんかこう文化って作れるもんなんですかというか、どうやったら作れるの、要するに皆様のそのこれまでの経験、例えばそのベルリンというもののその発展の歴史を見た中で、これから願わくば都市がもっと文化的であってほしい、クリエイティブであってほしいというものはみんな考えているけれども、それって例えばその香港のように分かんないですけど、そのガバメントがちょっとベルリンのアーティストの方来てください、ちょっとアンダーグラウンドカルチャーインストールしてほしいんですけどって言えばできるものなのか、こうやってこう商業施設建てて、じゃあここ文化作りますって言えばできるものなのか、なんか今の時代状況の中でその都市と文化ってものはどういうふうに組み合わせるとこう作っていけるのかっていうのを3人にぜひお伺いしていきたいんですけれども、ダニエルさんいかがですか
I think again that it's about questioning things. I think it's about questioning values. What values are the most important at the moment? Which values are being taught? Is the value being taught the only important thing is to become successful and rich? Or is the value being taught that there's maybe other things which are as important? And questioning the surrounding. Are there enough green things? Is there healthy food? Has food changed? How has food changed? How are people nourishing themselves? Basically questioning everything. And I think that by questioning, culture is created, or creativity is created. Because as soon as if you break something open, the space in between is open, and that's where you can do things.
なんかクエスチョニングをする上で、例えばダニエルさんこれまで見てきた中で、なんか重要な要素とかってありますか？例えばやっぱ音ないとダメだよねとか、結構やっぱ人なんだよとか、なんかそのなんていうか社会全体が、あるいは都市全体がちゃんとこうクエスチョニングし続けられるようになるための、わかんないです、ちょっと場所なのか人なのか関係性なのか文化なのか、なんかキーストーンになるようなものって、なんか思い当たるものってあるでしょうか
？Well, I mean, events like this, for instance, where new thoughts are spoken about, space where people can meet, which is not expensive, institutions that help create spaces where freedom of not having to pay for it. I think that's really important, or giving people the time. Giving the people the space to be able to think about something which does not have to do with survival, but has to do with something with it which is inside. And then you see what the needs are. I mean, the generations now have completely different needs than they had 30 years ago. There's different political situations, there's different environmental situations, and there's different fears than 30 years ago or 20 years ago. And those things have to be addressed, and solutions found creatively in what the people answer. Like if you ask somebody who's 15 and he says he's scared or he's worried or what does he like, and then question even that.
ありがとうございます。そうですよね。そこ重要ですよね。アレクサンダーさんはいかがでしょうか。都市と文化ということで、僕らどうやって都市にそういったものをさらに広げていけるのか、どういうお考えでしょうか。
I think we have to overcome the idea that we are all different. I mean, this sounds like a very old and tried concept. The thing really is that we have to find out what unites us more than the things that divide us. And that's, I met Rio 18 years ago when I was here to promote, I was involved in a movie about the music scene of Istanbul called Crossing the Bridge by director Fatih Akin. And I was here the movie was released in Japan and on DVD and whatnot, and I was here to promote that movie. So therefore I was in the very strange situation as a German man being in Japan promoting Turkish culture. But talking about my great experiences when we made that movie, it made me realize that it's not about these different niches and these different nationalities. It is about the culture itself. The culture itself is an entity that needs to be protected and nourished, because it essentially belongs to all of us equally. You know, it really did not matter at the point to me anymore that this was Turkish music, because that was not the important part. The important part is that this is really, really great. And we all, you know, we all can have a great experience by that. And I think in a city, that is the same thing. And I would like to use a term again that I said in the very beginning. It's solidarity is a very important thing. And I think these kind of events like this, where we get together, and this is the starting point, that we first get together and have a conversation and find out what's the potential here? How can we connect even better? You know, and then when we have sorted that out, then we can see, like, how can I help that group? What can I do for this setup to make it thrive? You know, and they in return will maybe think about, probably Hakan needs that and that, you know, and that way we support each other, and then we get so strong that we become, you know, something that is to be reckoned with. You know, I have a very you know, like a boxing attitude about that. You know, like we have to strengthen ourselves in order to be able to face, you know, the world out there.
そうですね。いいアドバイスを本当にありがとうございます。なんで本当にソリチュードもう一度来たんですけれども、竹村先生はね、そういう意味ではまさに本当に80年代90年代越境しながらその文化っていうものを、しかも都市東京っていうものにまさにこう融合させてきた張本人でいらっしゃるんですけれども、改めて逆にこの今2024年から5年に変わろうとする今この状況下で、その文化っていうものをこう都市の中にこう、さらに、例えばね、今日はじゃあベルリンと東京の交流でもっとじゃあお互い影響を与え合った方が面白いよねっていう話をする中で、なんかその可能性と不可能性、どういうふうにご覧になってらっしゃるかっていうのを教えていただけますか。
はい、文化っていうのは違いがあるから面白いんだと思うんですね。みんながフラットに均質になってしまった文化なんて誰も見たくないんじゃないかと思うんです。で、基本的に冒頭でドイツ大使館の方がお話になっていたキットカットってクラブとベルリンやドイツのそのなんていうかな、サウナ文化っていうのは日本人としてはなかなか理解できないと思うんです。で、理解できないし違うから面白いんだって。で、別に僕らは日本の中でキットカットやドイツのベルリン文化を浸透させようなんて思ってないし、でただその時にその文化っていうものが経済の手段になってしまう可能性が非常に高いんですよね。で、そうじゃなくてなんでベルリンやドイツのサウナ文化っていうのはなんでこうなってるんだろうと、つまり混浴ですよね。日本でも古い温泉に行けばまだ混浴が残ってたりしてますし、いまだにその都市のど真ん中のサウナ文化に混浴があると。で、あれを違うんだ、文化が違うんだっていうふうに単純に理解するのは簡単なんですけど、その先にあるものっていうか、その深く伝統的にあるものっていうものを見ていくと、はっと思わされることがいっぱいあると。例えばそれは東ドイツの生活だったり、東ドイツ市民の生活の中での唯一の例えば反抗だったり、ヌーディズムっていうヨーロッパ全体に広がったある種の自然回帰運動だったり、いろんなものがルーツになっていて、今のサウナ文化ってあると思うんですね。で、 そこまで知ることによって逆に本当に文化の理解っていうものができるんであって、そういうものをこうもっと深めていく必要があると思うんです。単に文化をこうなんていうか細切れにして経済的なそのなんていうか資源にしていくっていうことよりも、文化の本質っていうものをもっとコミュニケートできるような場とかこういう機会がどんどん増えていくことが重要だなと思います。
ありがとうございます。面白いですね。このサウナ、みんな全然サウナ文化そういうこと考えてないですよね。今ね。ありがとうございます。もうね、すっかり実は時間がなくなってしまったんですけれども、最後の質問ちょっとお一人1分2分でお答えいただきたいんですが、これから今ねベルリン東京っていうのは30周年ですということを今回はやっているんですけど、今後僕らはどういうふうにじゃあ東京とベルリンでお互いのまさにその文化その違いっていうものをこうリスペクトしながらお互いをこう響き合わせられるのか高め合っていけるのか、なんかどういうところにこう期待を持たれていますかっていうことを最後に皆さんからいただいて締めていきたいと思うんですけれども、もう一度竹村先生からお願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
基本的にはお互いをもっと知るっていうことだと思うんですね。でそのためにもっとベルリンと東京をこう行き来するっていう、例えばベルリンに興味を持ってそれをなんとか自分たちの学習やビジネスやさまざまなインスピレーションの源泉にしたいできるんではないかと思っている人たちはいっぱいいると思うんです。で同じように東京に関心を持つ人もヨーロッパ中に増えてきている。でただもっと本当に文化の核になるものを表層的なものだけではなくて核になるものをもっと深いレベルでコミュニケーションできるような文化の元本みたいなものをお互いが知り合うっていう必要性があるように思いますね。それが次のフェーズに向かっていくことだと思います。
それの本当に今日はステップになるということですね。はい、ありがとうございます。アレクサンダーさんはいかがでしょうか。
I basically wholeheartedly agree with what you just said. We need to know each other better, and we need to listen, and we need to educate ourselves. But one philosophical concept is very important in that respect, is that you only understand a system if you feel that you are part of it. As long as you are in the position of looking into something from the outside, you will never be able to understand it, or you will never feel like you understand it. And again, to me that's important. But basically it's just what I have to tell myself is just shut up and listen.
ありがとうございます。でも面白いですね。本当に一部にならない限りは本当には理解できないんだっていうのは本当に重要なご指摘だなと思いました。最後にダニエルさんもぜひお願いします。
I agree. I think that exchange is very, very important. And exchange needs finances. So I think it's very important. For instance, it's great that the German embassy is financing this and that more cultural institutions finance things like this of sending artists and, every area back and forth and financing that. Everywhere at the moment in Europe, governments are cutting down on cultural finances, and it's very difficult to organize these kind of things. And I think that it's very important for us to become active and tell them, you have to finance these kind of cultures because this generates peace, and we have too much war at the moment.
Actually, I just want to add this. It's very important background information. The new Christian Democrat government of Berlin has just cut the cultural funds by 115 million euros were cut from the Berlin cultural funds.
Yeah, and everybody's demonstrating
and that's,
there because it's terrible.
That's not funny.
もうちょっと最後にねすごいそういうベルリンでそういう文化施策のためのその予算がかなりカットされて、でもそういったやっぱり文化状況というか社会状況の中でまさに、ね、今日のような会で本当にその都市の中からまさにボトムアップで やっぱりみんながまずは参加していることが大切なんだっていうこともあるし、それでみんなで声を上げてちゃんとここにはファイナンスをしてくれっていうことも大切だし、それをなんていうのかな、やっぱり力量ちゃんとそこに力を入れるためには、多分竹村先生最初に先ほどおっしゃったようになんか文化の元本みたいなところまでちゃんとなんか手突っ込むっていうか、自分たちがそこにコミットしていくっていうところから、多分そういったムーブメントが生まれてくるんだろうなというふうに思いました。改めて、全然語り尽くせないんですけれども、こういう素晴らしい場でね、本当にその世代を超える、ある種のその文化の対話っていうことができたというのは非常に貴重な機会になったなというふうに思っています。改めて3人にぜひ拍手で最後終わりにしたいと思います。どうもありがとうございました。ダニエルさん、アレキサンダーさん、竹村先生でした。ありがとうございます。
economical forces and cultural forces cross-pollinating each other in a thriving city. And if we say that a healthy society is based on progressive art, culture, music, and the awareness behind the cultural education, having a high cultural literacy, we will see how policymakers, urban developers, and creators come into a dialogue together to foster a better city for us tomorrow. So I'm really, really excited to have such a high-level panel here today with Umezawa-san moderating, Mark from Berlin, our great lobbyist, Irie-san from the Tokyo Member Assembly, and Lutz Leixenring from Vibe Lab, ex-Club Commission. Am I allowed to say ex-Club Commission, or you? It's a couple of days, right? Okay, I give the mic to you.
Okay. So thank you so much for flying to Tokyo for this important session. 冒頭、マークさんからベルリンの、都市の、成り立ちであったり、それからその中で、最近の都市開発がどういう影響を与えるのかというお話がありました。それから、この一つ前の、パネルでは、ベルリンとそれから東京の、深い関係も振り返りつつ、それぞれの都市で起こってきた、カルチャーの一番コアな部分について、それをリードしてきた方々のお話を聞くことができました。このセッションではもう少し、カルチャーを、維持をし、あるいは発展をさせていく上で社会全体としてどういうことが必要か、あるいはその中で政治がどういう役割を果たすべきか、それから、都市開発に関わる不動産会社がどういう役割を果たすべきか、そして、この文化と経済の、関係がどうあるべきかと、こういうトピックについて少し、解像度を上げてそれぞれの分野の第一線で活躍されている方々からお話を伺いたいと思います。マークさんはもう先ほどからお話をされているのでご紹介するまでもないと思いますが、ルッツさんはベルリンクラブコミッションの、幹部の一人で、スポークスパーソンということで、ベルリンだけではなくて、世界各国で、ナイトタイムエコノミーのいろいろなアドバイスを、飛び回ってされています。で実は東京もルツさんに本当に大きなお世話になっていて、私自身ナイトタイムエコノミー推進協議会という社団法人を数年前に設立をして、で、日本における、ナイトタイムエコノミーの、応援団を務めてるんですけど、その立ち上げの、アドバイスをしてくれたのもルッツさんだし、それから、最初にやったプロジェクトの一つとして、クリエイティブフットプリント東京と、東京の、創造生態系の、深掘り調査をするというレポートを2019年コロナの直前に実施をしたんですが、その時のチーフアドバイザーを務めていただいたのも、ルッツさんでした。それから、真ん中に座っていらっしゃる、入江さん、東京都議会の、議員でいらっしゃると同時に、都民ファーストの副代表ということで、それだけではなくてコロナの期間中に、ナイトタイムエコノミー全体が、極めて深刻な、状況に陥った、これは、ベルリンも東京も一緒だったと思いますけど、その時にその東京のアーティストたちが、ちゃんと生き延びるために東京都庁としてどういうサポートを提供することができるかというところで、もう2020年の春から駆け回っていただいたのが入江さんです。で、その後も、コロナはなんとかサバイブを、したわけですけど、東京の、カルチャー、それからナイトタイムエコノミー、これをどうやって東京の政策の中にビルトインをしていくかということを、政治の側から旗振りをしていただいたのが、入江さんということなので、今日はもうベルリンの、ナイトタイムエコノミーの、早々期から、リードをされてきた、マルクさん、そしてルッツさんと、それから東京側で、その旗振りをされている入江さんということで、いろいろな意見交換をできたらというふうに思っています。で最初の、質問なんですけど、カルチャーあるいはクラブシーン、これはそれぞれの地域の経済あるいは社会の中で、どういう役割を担っているかと、これ前のセッションでも議論になりましたが、もう一回マルクさん、ルッツさん、そして入江さんからお伺いしたいと思います。So what role does the culture and club scene play in the local economy and society?
schon? Ja? Yes. Sennheiser. Okay, da ist es. Okay, hello. I have first to ask you back if you have this question. Are you focusing with your question especially to the Berlin situation, or would you focus it in general to Germany?
Maybe please speak about Germany as a whole, and maybe the same question for Lutz about Berlin.
So I think starting first with Berlin. In Berlin, I think it has a very huge impact, as we just learned also from Daniel and Alex Hacke. So this is really, it has become a tradition. As you maybe know, German UNESCO just made Berlin techno culture as an immaterial heritage this year. So we look really back to a long time now, since decades, where kind of club culture has become something even to be recognized on UNESCO level. It was pushed forward again from in the beginning in these years with a love rate from Dr. Motte and the Rave the Planet team, but it's based on the whole process from so many actors in the Berlin scene, also influencing film, visuals, sound, technology, fashion. So all these things, I think, are very touched with club culture in Berlin. On a German side, we see, maybe you heard that a little bit from my opening speech, we have this situation in Germany that we are a federal state. So if you go a little bit deeper into Germany, we have 16 states, and we have a kind of system where we have a certain competition between these 16 states. So in these 16 states, or several of these states, you have quite powerful cities, Munich and Bavaria, Hamburg, Düsseldorf and Cologne in the Rhine-Ruhr-Gebiet, which is the former old industrial area, Frankfurt as the head for financial things, Leipzig as the upcoming creative city. So I think you would go to this city and ask them what's the state of club culture, and you will become different kind of answers. So in Hamburg, maybe here we are a live music city. They have more bands. In Düsseldorf, you would hear, we lost them. In Frankfurt, maybe Sven Feth would say, yeah, we're still there, but you know, they have not supported us so well. So we lost a part of them to Berlin, and others went global because they became very successful. In Munich, you might get a similar answer. But on the other hand, and I think this is maybe where also can Lutz agree on that, all these cities have a kind of club commission now as well. So we started that in Berlin, and they have set up something like that. So every city has seen that it makes sense to work with their subculture, underground, music culture, and to give them an organization to present themselves in front of the city and of administration. So it's not equal everywhere, but it becomes recognized as an important tool for your city more and more in many cities in Germany.
マルクさんがそのベルリンクラブコミッションの創設者だというふうに伺っています。いつクラブコミッションは立ち上げられましたか？ When did you found the Club Commission Berlin?
It was really nice to listen to Daniel and Alex because I'm the next generation. So, you know, Daniel started Love Parade and I was just a young man with 17 going there and dancing, as she said, come to dance. So, and in the 90s, I was so fascinated about our underground culture that I started my little nightlife magazine, which I've done for 10 years. But in the end of the 90s, it became clear and obvious that we lost more and more really good spaces. So if you go, for example, the origin of the Berghain, which a lot maybe have heard about as a very important global club in Berlin, it was based in a club called Bunker. Interestingly, bought by a guy doing advertising coming from Düsseldorf. But he went to Berlin, bought the Bunker. Now it's his private space for his art collection. There is no party anymore. But that was the origin of the Berghain. We lost a lot of these places because of commercialization of investments into spaces, but underground went away. And in the end of the 90s, we had several club people really were not very good recognized from the city and from administration. The marketing of Berlin started to do poster campaigns and inviting some of our officials to go on traveling to Hong Kong, for example. I have been at that time to that delegation, saying how cool Berlin was. But on the local level, administration were closing down clubs, and we were saying, that's not okay. Doing marketing with us on the global level, and at home you're closing down the places you marketing in the international way. So there's something missing. And then we started with the idea we need this club commission, this representation of subculture in front of administration and politicians. That was 1999.
Okay, when the city government started promoting the night culture in the international market?
I think sometimes there are single persons. For example, that Japan and Tokyo is so strong now in Berlin, I think you can bring back to one person. You maybe know his name is Norio Oga. Okay, do you spell it correctly? He was the former head of Sony.
Oh, Oga-san. Okay.
Yeah, Oga-san.
ソニーの昔の社長のオーガさんです。
Yeah. This single man decided in 1992 to buy a stake of the Potsdamer Platz right in the middle of nowhere between east and west and the center of Berlin. And had the vision to invest for Sony Center. In 1994, Berlin and Tokyo started with the partnership. But it was him pushing it forward. And with the Berlin club development, we had one man, from my personal view, it was Volker Hassemer. He was once the head and founder of the Berlin Partner Organization, which had the idea to combine politicians, administration, business, and art and culture. And this one man, he started an organization to bring together corporate organizations and art and subculture people. That was around 96, 97. So there are often single persons who have a vision and push it forward. That is always interesting to find these people.
I see. So Lutz, can you talk about the relationship between culture and economy in the society, specifically about Berlin?
Well, I think, as Mark also explained, and we heard also from other speakers, there is no economy in the night without the culture and the social part. So the idea of convening people, of creating a space where people can come together, reflect on the day, and get out of the norm. I think the night is a place where people find themselves, but also lose themselves. And I think that's very human. It's very important to have. And this breakout from the day to the night is the place where ideas are born, where people meet each other in a very natural way. And this drives economy because it's attractive for startups. It's attractive for talents to come to the city to explore this as well. Berlin became a startup city because we had the culture and we had the nightlife, and we still do. So
that's a very interesting order, starting from nightlife and culture, and then attracting entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and there was just recently been done a study on this, where a professor from Montreal examined Berlin specifically, why it's so attractive for talents. And 1 out of 7 factors is the clubs and the nightlife, and it is on top. And there is the second place is way much lower. So it is the number one topic why people in startups in talent development come to Berlin. And I think the idea of creating a nighttime economy without understanding the fabric, the culture, the nuances of your city is difficult. And when we did the creative footprint in Tokyo, we understood how important the very small spaces, the diversity of spaces is for the city, but also how much they are under threat, because when big developments are happening, the small ones are the first that have to leave usually. and also small ones is the hardest way to make money. If you want to have, I remember when we were in Tokyo at the time, and we just walked along the street, and suddenly we heard jazz music, and we just went into some back door, and then we were in a small jazz club. There was a band with 10 people playing, and we were the only 2 or 3 guests, and there was not much more space than the band and us. So it was amazing, and this is something that you can only explore in the city, and this is so unique and so special, and we have to, we have to keep it when we want to have nighttime economy.
So, as Mark described, that club culture is in the core of Berlin culture, and then Berlin is the top city for the club culture, and it continues to be that way. Correct?
Well, I think it's not getting easier because the business model of cities is to develop land, and when you develop land, the ones that cannot pay the highest rents are the ones that have to leave or have been pushed out of the city center. But interestingly, a lot of things changed since the last 5 years, since COVID, because we see that inner cities business models are struggling. We see that the real estate concept of retail or office space is not the same as it used to be.
Right.
So people shopping online, people work from home, and that just makes less demand for these kind of spaces. And so I think there is if we are smart now, there is a renaissance of culture going back to the inner cities where we were displaced before. It will be a different way. It will be not the 90s where space was unfinished, space was still be developed, and unfinished space is something very attractive for artists because you can still be somebody who is part of a process. If something is finished, you have to be very creative to do something with it. And but this is now the job of this young generation that is now entering these spaces, and they have to also make a shopping mall into a nice cultural space at one point, because that will be the challenge for the next decades.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge. Yeah, but let's come back to that topic later. So 入江さん、東京におけるその文化と経済、それから社会、この関係についてお話しください。
はい、Welcome to 東京都議会議員の入江信子です。ベルリン市とはもうたくさんアートのイベントとか映画制作者をお育てするイベントとかいろいろやらせていただいてまして、ありがとうございます。今ですね、私は小池百合子都知とともにアートやミュージックやエンターテインメントがあふれる東京を実現するために一生懸命やっております。そしてそのためにもナイトライフのさらなる充実、ナイトタイムエコノミーが必要だということで、東京都の政策にしっかりと入れることができました。これは梅沢さんほかナイトタイムエコノミー推進協議会の皆様のアドバイスがあってこそです。芸術、文化、アート、ミュージック、エンターテインメントっていうのは私たちの生活に欠かせないもの、私たちの心を平和にして楽しませて、またある時は頑張れよって鼓舞してくださる大切なもので、人間生活に潤いを与え、また都市に活気をもたらすものだと思っております。ただCOVID の影響がある前までは、例えば文化庁においても東京都の文化振興部においても、芸術文化まではいろいろご支援があったんですけども、ナイトシーンを彩る例えば DJ の皆様とかナイトライブとかエンターテインメントっていうものの、発想がなかったっていうのが事実なんです。でもコロナで大変それまで成功されていらしたアーティストの皆様などが、すごくお困りになられて、私のところなどにも来てくださって、それは私はずっとフジテレビというテレビ会社に勤めていてから議員になったこともあるんですけども、で初めてその芸術文化だけというよりは日常的にこうやって耳する音楽をクリエイトしてくださるアーティストの皆様とか、夜の時間を楽しくさせてくれるそういうライブハウスとか、そういうことが大切なんだなって例えば東京都でいうと職員の皆さんたちが理解して、そして今では議会の中で 当たり前のようにライブエンターテインメントとかカルチャー、そしてナイトタイムエコノミーという言葉が出てくるようになってきたんですね。ですけれども東京っていう街は1410万人もいる広い街なんですけれども、まだまだナイトライフの充実度っていうのは世界の都市ランキングで見ますと30位ぐらいなので、もうこうした最先端を走ってらっしゃるベルリンはじめ皆様方のいろいろなケースをお聞きして、東京なので真似ができるというか共にやっていけることもあるし、東京独自であることもあるし、さまざまなそうしたサブカルチャー含めナイトカルチャーをさらに東京都としてうんと応援していこうと思っております。で、そこにはもちろん人が集まり消費が生まれ経済が活性化し街が伸びていくという事実がございます。はい、
ありがとうございます。じゃあここから先はちょっとベルリンと東京両方の都市に関してですね、その都市の高級化、英語で言うとジェントリフィケーション、これがどういう形で起こっているのか、それがカルチャーシーンにどんなインパクトを与えているのかとちょっと確認をしたいと思います。Mark, you mentioned earlier that gentrification is going on in Berlin. Can you describe it a little more? And what is the impact on culture and the
So we see as well in Berlin that there are only a few private investors who really grasp the vision how it means to keep the creativity of small-scale entities and nightlife institutions. So as you maybe know, we don't have a curfew. This is this interesting white noise time Alexander Hacker was mentioning from the 80s, the time, and also the founder and owner of the world-famous Tresor Techno Club and running today the Kraftwerk. He's always mentioning this creativity of the night. So in Berlin, it's also a tradition since nearly a half a century that people are, as grown-ups, allowed to decide when they come and when they go, when they sleep or when they not sleep, when they go home or not go home, because there is no curfew. To understand that for maybe local or even international investors, how important that ecosystem is for certain processes is quite difficult to explain. And we found out that unfortunately, from my vision or my view, but maybe it's also interesting to listen to Lutz how he sees that the majority of these investors also don't grasp this dimension. So we are starting in Berlin a strategy which is not easy in our financial times actually, to give ground or houses which are owned by the Berlin government more and more with a certain kind of contract which is not based on the commercial level where Berlin is now, to subculture and culture people. So it must be a strategy from our local Berlin government that certain kind of investments can be done by Berlin-owned ground. Or you might have investors who are able to set up a mixed calculation, which are maybe not thriving to the most money as quick as you can do, but they give the development maybe 10, 15, 20 years, so they can do a mixed calculation where some parts of your ground is given for a lower price to subcultural institutions, so they have some more time to develop, while others co-finance with higher percentages on that what they rent. But my personal view is you have to negotiate that with each individual investor. So finally you need maybe even an entity in your government institution who has the power to deal that for creative people. Because the most underground or subcultural creative people, they cannot deal these things. They need help.
So there are projects with the mixed calculation as you described, with the agreement between the property developer and the government in terms of the different way of using the land. and different profit model.
Yes. Yeah, it's called concept development. So it's not like the profit maximization or the if you sell land, it's not for the maximum price. It's for a concept, basically.
Okay. Yeah. And you see it quite often in Berlin?
Well, I think it started about 10-15 years ago that the government changed this policy, because before that there was a law that they had to sell it to the highest price, and now they changed it. But it was, to be honest, at a moment where we already sold a lot of land and there was not so much left that that this can be applied. But there's still left, and there's still discussion around it.
入江さん、東京は
そうですね。こちらのね、原門さんも含め多くのディベロッパーさんが再開発をしてるんですけども、東京都としては緑を増やすとか CO2 を出さないと同じように文化施設を中に作ってくださる場合には、建蔽率を少し考えたり容積率を高めたりっていう、そういうボーナスをお渡ししてるところなんです。で、そのカルチャーのための箱っていうのもね、スタートアップの皆さんが自由にネットワーキングするような場所だったり、あるいはある時はステージとなってライブハウスになったりとか、その多目的な場所っていうのを必ず作っていただくように今東京都としては旗を振っているところなんです。で、同時に東京都の多く持っているアセットとして都営住宅があるんですけども、こちらの空いたお部屋をアーティストの皆さんにすごく安く貸し出していろんな創作をしていただいてたり、また有楽町に東京イノベーションベースっていうスタートアップの皆様が集まる拠点を作ったんですけども、そこにも DJ ブースなど今度作ってもらうことになりまして、いろいろ公共の箱もいろいろ、そしてナイトライフにも適合するようにしてるし、また多くのディベロッパーの都市開発に対してもぜひ文化的価値のある場所を作るようにというふうに求めているところではあります。
都市再生特区の枠組みですかね。
そうですね。はい。
で、文化を含めた、公共貢献の、施設を作ると、その分、エクストラで、なんだろうな、その
基本的に
容積率を増やすことができると、なのでデベロッパーにとっては一応経済的なインセンティブもそこで得られるという仕組みで。でほとんどのその大規模の都市開発のプロジェクトはそういう仕組みを組み込んだ形で回っているんですけど、実は私コンサルタントの仕事もしていて、でコンサルタントの時は不動産会社が結構クライアントになるケースが多いですと。でこの都市開発のコンセプト作りみたいなことをお手伝いするケースも多くて、まさに今のその公共施設文化施設を組み込んだ大規模再開発のコンセプトを一緒にクライアントと作ったりするんですけど、なかなかいつもチャレンジなのが、本当にその文化が生まれる場所になるんだろうかと、この貢献用途と称するものを作ることがというところがとてもやっぱり悩ましいです。
その意味は多様な主体に使ってもらえる場所にするのが難しいっていうことですかね。
そうですね、それもそうだし先ほどのセッションでもあったんですけど、文化ってやっぱり作ろうとして、例えばその政府とかデベロッパーが作ろうとして作れるものなんでしょうかって質問が先ほどのセッションでもありましたと。そこに帰結するかもしれない。
旗を振って作っていただくものではなくですね、皆様の中から出てきたカルチャーを後押しするっていうのが行政や、日本国の仕事だとは思っております。
Yeah. What is your view, Lutz?
I think it's going to be hard to put in a policy that is very specific on what has to be created, because you also don't want to have government techno. You also don't want to have the government to decide what kind of culture is where. But what I think would help is that there is, first of all, there needs to be a policy that helps to actually have tax cuts or some kind of benefit if you have it. But then you also need a vision for your neighborhood. And I think this vision is important to create together with the owners, but also the users of space. And this is something where I think cities often lack, that there is that they're kind of surprised that this neighborhood is developing really good, and because young people move in there and students and artists, and suddenly this is kind of getting interesting also for developers, and that is when the gentrification happens. And I think that is already too late. You should have a vision before to make sure this is what we actually want in this area, in this neighborhood. And we are actually discussing this on EU level at the moment because it's very clear for developers what it means to be ecological sustainable when you do a building, but it's not very clear what it means when you to be social or cultural. Well, social as well. You know, you can build a kita, a kindergarten or something, but for culture, it's not really clear. And I think that's also our job from the cultural side to help to define this and to make clear for developers how they could invest in their in the culture.
May I?
Yes, please.
It's a short idea to give you an example. For example, I think all of our societies and countries are facing at the moment the challenge of ecological transformation of our electric power systems, of our heat supply, of our electricity supply. So in Berlin, for example, we have huge power plants which in the past, they maybe have been sold. They are owned by the government, in this case, the Berlin government. And the normal way would have been, oh, now we have more influx of solar energy, wind energy was coming from other parts of Germany, so we don't need anymore the coal electricity power plant. Let's sell it. No, instead, the city of Berlin keeps it and makes a plan to transform such a place.
The Berghain.
Yeah, for cultural use. Of course, you can make in a short term. The city of Berlin could do a hell lot of money selling it to a global investment, blah 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 corporation, and it would be cool and it looks good in our city calculation. And of course, these new investment people bring a lot of money to have a new, vision of a new building. But finally, often these people don't know these cultural and social circles. So the idea is even not to treat every place what you could sell like that to sell it, but to keep some of them. This does not mean that you're not selling sometimes something, but to mix it up with new concepts. That might be the vision.
And also remembering that we actually created this index for Tokyo venues with the creative footprint, so we can actually see which are the cultural relevant venues, which are the venues that are important for certain communities. So I think this to monitor also, to have an understanding from a government perspective, what are the relevant venues, and if they are, you know, moving away, closing down, that you kind of keep it in a balance, that you're it's like the ecological footprint. If you're chopping trees, you have to plant them somewhere else, and the same methodology is to be applied for spaces.
クリエイティブフットプリントという話を先ほどからしていますが、ルツさんと一緒にやったプロジェクトですね。そこでどういう評価が東京に対して下されたかっていうちょっと概略だけご紹介をします。まず総合的なスコアでいうと、東京の前に同じ調査をやっていたのはベルリンとニューヨークでした。で、総合評価はベルリンにもニューヨークにも負けてはいない。ほぼ同じぐらいの評価を得ています。で、その中で特に高い評価を得られたのは、コンテンツの多様性ということだったんですけど、それを支えているのが何かというと、都内にたくさんあるいわゆる小箱、小さな、ミュージックベニューで、そこで実にいろいろな草根のアーティストたちが多様性のある、音楽コンテンツを提供している。そこは高く評価をされました。でも一方で、極めて評価が低かったのが、例えば政府に対してのエンゲージメントだから、政府と例えばアーティストとの距離が遠いで、アーティストの声が政府の政策に届かないみたいな話と、それからインフラとして特に夜間の交通、深夜になると電車が止まっちゃうわけですよね、この大都市東京においても。でそれはやっぱりベルリンやニューヨークと比べても大きなディスアドバンテージであると、そこのところが東京の評価を大きく押し下げていたというのがその2019年に行った調査です。もちろんその後コロナが来たので、コンテンツのバイブラントなコンテンツのポートフォリオを我々は維持できてるんだろうかっていう問いは立ってるとは思いますが、少なくともそこには東京の高いポテンシャルは示されたということでした。で、You talked about the vision for each town or each district. Maybe can you give example of how you have helped the local community to come up with strong vision?
Yeah, just this year we developed for the city of Berlin a nighttime strategy, which was the first time that we actually brought together all the work that is being done on different levels of government in the city. And we did this by interviewing relevant stakeholders from the city, from the public transportation, tourism, police, business development, so everybody who is dealing with the night from a city perspective. And we interviewed them, and we basically analyzed what are the weaknesses, the strengths, the opportunities, the threats. And it turned out that Berlin has a lot of tools already developed, but they are also not applied everywhere. So for instance, Berlin has a soundproofing fund that helps small venues to do sound isolation when they have conflicts with neighbors. This is really essential and really helpful because you easily shut down one venue when you have one neighbor complaining.
That's right.
So it was important to protect them because neighbors were coming closer and closer with new buildings being built. So now the strategy could be to learn from the clubs and to also apply this for bars and for cinemas and for other cultural venues that have similar issues with neighbor and conflicts. Another topic that we discussed is the collaboration about creative space. Mark already talked about it. There are several agencies in the city dealing with creative space, but also the private real estate industry. And what is the motivation from a real estate developer to work with culture and arts? I think the first is marketing. If they use it in a good way, it helps the whole project to be known and to be successful because people really like to identify with that property and want to be there. But this also has to be sustainable. It can not only be the one that heating it up and then they have to move out at one point. The second motivation is profits. So if they can make money with it, they also will have a culture. And this is going to be hard because there is culture which is really tough to make money. So you need affordable and accessible space to do so. And the third motivation is when the government creates policies and tells you to do so. That must be also a motivation to do so. And so I think we need to work closer with those developers that have a similar vision, that have an idea, and that are also willing to take risks and to work together with small grassroots local arts, because what you don't want is just to import culture that works somewhere in the world. You also want to grow your own culture. Right. And when we talked about the Tokyo report, we also talked a lot about K-pop and how that is something what developed and has been a worldwide trend. And the question was, what is the thing that's come out of Japan? What is the new stage that the emerging artist that comes now on stage? What is the new culture that conquers the world from Japan?
Well, actually, it's coming finally after probably K-pop conquered the world for some time. But yeah, let's talk about it maybe at the.
I think a lot of culture things from Japan conquer the world, but you have to keep it flowing, and I think that is important. And we see in Berlin that a lot of the culture that has been coming from Berlin don't have the chance anymore because it's getting too expensive to be creative.
Right, right. And maybe if you compare Korea and Japan, probably the K-pop culture is more like a kind of top-down produced with the very high skill trained in the West Coast, while Japanese musicians and artists are more like a grassroots. So greater diversity, but not so well produced as the K-pop stars. And that difference can be actually our strength. So we need to maintain the diversity of the cultural spaces and the culture ecosystem here. Anyway, 入江さん東京のビジョン、多分これから作っていくことになると思うんですけど、どうお考えでしょうか。
今梅田さんおっしゃった小さな推しというかマスではないこの小さな熱狂みたいのをどんどんつないでいく。そして東京都はとにかく ナイトタイムエコノミー、そしてアート、カルチャー、エンターテインメントに対して思いっきり旗を振って応援してるっていうこの表明っていうのはすごく皆様の共感を呼ぶことだと思っております。なのでこれを強化していくことと同時に具体的な施策なんですけども、すでに文化振興予算っていうのが、額は違うんですけど規模で言いますと日本は政府は10年間ずっと同じ数字っていう感じなんですけど、東京都の文化振興予算額っていうのは10年間で1.5 倍になって、
今ちなみにいくらですか、年間？
全体ですか？
年間。
ちょっと年間ですと、ちょっと今はお答えができないんですけども、対比してですね、それで芸術文化魅力創出事業とか東京ライブステージ応援助成とかいろいろ大きなイベント、小さなイベント細かく助成させていただいてて、例えば9月9日はダンスミュージックの日って言って、東京ダンスミュージックウィークっていう DJ の皆様が1週間 DJ したりトーキングする番組をね、東京都として半分の額を助成したりして、これは結構新しいなと思っているんですね。なので、とにかく思いっきり東京都はそういったことをぜひさらに伸びていってほしいし、また都民の幸せのためにずっと続いてほしいし、世界にも打って出てほしいっていうその思いは今思いっきり伝えているんですけれども、じゃあ具体的にそのベルリン市のようにさらなる戦略っていうところには今ちょうど差し掛かっているところなので、これは梅沢さん他皆様のご意見も集約してどんどん進めていきたいとは思っております。
As Tokyo increases its cultural support, your government in Berlin has announced big cuts of cultural funding. How are you dealing with that situation?
Interestingly, let's face it, on club culture, the interesting situation in Berlin is that club culture is financed from two different divisions. It's not only the Senate, which is a kind of, in Berlin we call it Senate, it's a ministry. Let's call it ministry, maybe it's easier. The Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Economics. So both entities are financing club culture since a long time. For example, the noise emission fund is not a cultural fund. It's an economical fund. It is financed from the Ministry, Senate of Economics. Parts of the finance of the Club Commission, but also of our other huge music entity, the Berlin Music Commission, which is especially focusing on mid-sized local promoters, music venue places and labels and booking agencies, so more the music economy. They are also financed not from the culture section, but from the economical section. First, I have to say that these entities have not been cutted. So there the money will stay stable. We see really severe, difficult cuts in the moment in the culture section. And in this week, it started just on Monday this week, we got to know, because it was a very small circle in Berlin who were pushing forward these decisions, where the cuts should come. We are learning in what kind of percentage, what part of culture is cut at how. We always heard something about 10 to 12%. So the majority of our people we know, of course, they say also 10% for them is quite a lot, but most of them had in the mind, okay, I have to deal with them. Everyone has to do a little, or I have to put something to work on that. So everyone had about 10% in mind. But now it turns out that several institutions have a cut of 25%, or even that the budget is for 100% is gone. This information is about 72 hours. So we are not able to tell you now how we deal with that situation.
I see.
would say, in the way as I work also politically, I'm near enough that we are starting in the moment in the background to do again negotiations if we can re-talk again about the first decisions, but we don't know if it happens yet. But the interesting situation is that other parts, especially the economical things, were not cutted.
I see.
So in general, we face a time, I don't know how the Japanese situation is or the Tokyo situation, but COVID times, in the end of 2019, we had about a budget in Berlin of 30 billion a year. And now we had 40 billion,
wow.
But still the income were only 32, it's only about 32 billion. So we have a debt around from 8 billion a year. And you can turn around as you like it. If you don't cut it somewhere, this year's 8, next year's 16, and so where does it end? So you have to do something, especially as we have a law in Germany that we are not to allow to do debt. This is now a global discussion if this is the right economic way of Germany, but now it leads us to the whole German situation. But the politicians actually have to deal with that law and that they cannot put debt. So they have to cut it at the moment. But the question is where to cut and how to let people know in time that they have something to cut. And not to tell them you will cut 10%, then to tell them, it's 25.
I give you a short answer. We're going to protest.
What?
We're going to protest.
It will not work. I just heard the financial senator on Wednesday, the day before I left to Tokyo. I was in a small discussion, so it will be somewhere between.
I think it is a really big census for us, and when I say us, it's not even the club scene that is so affected. It's the whole cultural landscape. And this is basically what makes Berlin Berlin. So I think So I think the cultural scene will massively protest, and maybe they also stop acting and stop playing music for a certain time. Just that everybody feels what they're gonna miss when you have such budget cuts.
And lose a lot of tourist revenues for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation, and Mark explained it correctly. There is some things that politics have to deal with, but it's at the end it's a political decision where you do your cuts, and if culture is now the one that gets the most cuts, that's not gonna be easy for.
That's too bad. Last question. Yes. The last question is for Irie-san. Maybe what can we learn, what can Tokyo learn from the achievements Berlin has done and the actions that Berlin is taking? ごめんなさい。
そうですね。
東京はベルリンから何を学べますかね。
まずですね、クラブカルチャーって皆さんね、当たり前におっしゃって、まだ東京ではあるんですけども、その言葉がメジャーではないのかなというのはすごく思っております。だから私も政治家、東京都の議員になって本当に芸術文化で止まるんじゃないと、その先にはエンタメ、ライブエンターテインメント、クラブカルチャー、ポップカルチャー、さまざまそうした多様な領域で多様な皆様がものすごく活躍していくことをまずは行政の一人一人によく分かってもらい、そしてそれぞれがそれぞれの立場でさまざまなサポートを求めているということをしっかり政策につなげていかなければいけないと思ってます。でベルリンの皆様が非常にカルチャーやミュージックやそしてナイトタイムエコノミーものすごく先進的に走ってらっしゃるっていうのを聞き、そして都市としての魅力を向上させ、またスタートアップ企業もたくさん集まってらっしゃるっていうその良い事例をですねさらに勉強させていただいてまた東京もさらにベルリンともっともっとフレンドリーな関係になりたいと思いますしお願いしたいと思ってます。ありがとうございます。はい。
So the question for Mark and Lutz, I ask you to provide any advice to the people in Tokyo in driving the nighttime economy and culture, or any idea for future collaboration between the two cities?
I think from 15 years being a spokesperson, I think the best thing is to really let people understand what you are talking about. When you talk about club culture, when you talk about nighttime culture, everybody has a different perspective on it, and it's important that people understand it by feeling it, by getting in touch with it. And I had this one situation where I was discussing with a local politician the idea that we actually want to do more in public space. We want to have pop-up events in parks where people can come together and dance. And she said, that reminds me on something, because we had a similar discussion in a different area. And then I learned a word, a very German word. It's called Baumscheibenbepflanzungsrichtlinie. It's like this long.
How do we translate that?
Well, the politician dealt with a situation that people started to garden in front of their houses around trees. They just went in public space and started to use the space around trees and planted flowers. But it's not legal in Germany. You cannot just start your own garden in public space. And so they had to deal with it and have to understand, do they shut it down now and plant and destroy the beautiful flowers? Or do they find a niche, a solution for it? And the solution was the Baumscheibenbepflanzungsrichtlinie, which basically is a guideline that says, yes, you can plant your flowers on the street, but it's not allowed. But you can do it as long as you're following the guideline. And I think that's a good example, because when we talk about dancing in public parks, when we talk about doing things different to what is existing at the moment, we just need this little flexibility that is possible in politics. It gives you maybe a Baumscheibenbepflanzungsrichtlinie for dancing in public parks.
Can you spell it for us later?
Yes, I will spell it.
I think so.
I think the cultural and economic exchange to talk to each other. So I'm very happy that you are doing that again. And I have the feeling, with this case, we need the support from administrations and political institutions to have this alive. I would opt, if I could choose it, if the money would be there, or working together with also some companies, to do it every 5 years. I think every 10 years it's too much time. We do our nightlife conference Stadt Nach Acht, where we bring together underground club people, administration and politicians, and science institution every 2 years in Berlin. Because every year it's too quick. Policies are not changing so quick. Every 2 years is good. In the national exchange, where we even look into investments of ground and houses, 10 years it's too large. 2 years maybe cannot be financed everywhere, but maybe we can set up something on every 4 to 5 years, because then it keeps on. Look at us, we meet again, and now have a vision with our future. And then something interesting, Japan lives in my house, in my apartment, because the young generation, I see my son sitting there, he's 13, his bookshelf is full of manga. So maybe anime and manga is one of your strongest, as we bring you techno culture, you bring anime and manga culture. It is so strong, you cannot believe it. Even in my small city, where I live near to Berlin, they have huge halls where do anime exhibitions. We don't have Japanese concerts, we have anime exhibitions. That's the strongest thing from entertainment culture, what Japan has in the moment, when I see in the bookshelf in my private home. So keep that in mind, whatever. I'm not an anime specialist, but it comes sound, vision, design. So let's see what the next generation will make out of it between our countries.
Maybe we need to have techno and anime festival together.
Let's ask the young ones.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your great insight, and let's continue to enjoy the rest of the event. Please give a big applause to the panelists. Thank you.
Just let you know, I found something in your bookshelf. There's a very nice book book by a Japanese very known underground or subculture photographer Jin Sato, and I found photos from him with Alexander Hacke from 1985 inside that book. So maybe you want to look into that book, but he was photographing Einstürze, Neubauten and Alexander Hacke here in Tokyo, I think 1985. I don't find it so quickly, but so I just found it here in your bookshelf. So there is even a connection between Berlin and Tokyo, which goes back nearly half a century now, and it's inside here from your photographer here from Tokyo.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, we come to our last panel, but not the last program of today. We started this program actually 5 years ago when we gave, thanks to Ukawa-san and Super Domune, the chance to have our all-female panelists interview where we say, how do women contribute, how they survive, how they thrive in a quite male-dominated club scene and cultural scene. And we are really excited after 5 years to continue this vital conversation, and I'm really happy to give the mic to Ukawa-san. よろしくお願いします。
どうもよろしくお願いします。ドミューンの宇川と申します。普段やってるのはライブストリーミングスタジオを渋谷パルコの9階で、運営してるんですけど、この度はこういう機会を与えてくださってありがとうございます。そして、ダニエル・デ・ピッチオットさん、ようこそ日本へということで、この度は来ていただいてありがとうございます。そしてフミエル・マッチョさん、はい、よろしくお願いします。そして、なお川村さんです。はい、
よろしくお願いします。
どうもどうもよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
3部は多分今までの流れからしたら文化経済っていう文脈で来てたと思うんですけど、これ2019年に今回のテーマっていうものは実はニオンさんと一緒にドミューンでやっていて、これ何かというとナイトタイムエコノミーのベルリンと、日本の展望っていうものをその当時、語り、そしてセーフスペースって概念とかジェンダーバランスの問題定義っていうものを繰り広げたプログラムを2019年にやったんですね。で2019年っていうのは、ギリギリコロナ禍に差し掛かるタイミングだったんですけど、まだ日本の、あれですよね、豪華客船の中で感染が広まって、日本がその当時コロナ、患者を増やしてるみたいなニュースが世界を駆け巡っていたりしていた時期だったと思うんですが、その後コロナ禍に突入し、なかなか改めてこういう機会が続編としてこのタイミングでできるっていうのはかなり貴重な問題だったと思い試みだと思います。でその当時っていうのは日本はオリンピックイヤーだったんですね。で結局オリンピックも自粛というか実現はしたんですけど、無観客で執り行われるっていうことになり、でオリンピックを控えている日本であったからこそ、なおさら国際的な作法を身につけねばっていうことで、クラブカルチャーを中心とした流れの中からジェンダーバランスの問題、ジェンダーイコーリティの問題っていうものを議論した流れがありました。その時にもベルリンから DJ が来られて、サラさんっていう方とダスコさんっていう人が登壇されて、日本の DJ と一緒に語ったりもしたんですね。でやっぱりこれはそれぞれ世代も違いますし、あれですよね、ナオさんは日本人であられ、そしてヨーロッパにも行かれて、さまざまなその国でのジェンダー問題についての違いとかも肌で感じたりされていると思いますが。
そうですね、かなりそのコロナ禍コロナ後っていうので、かなり変わってきたかなと思うんですけど、私はシンガーソングライターでアーティストとして活動しているので、ちょっと DJ とはまた別の文脈になってしまうかなと思うんですが、コロナ前の、音楽シーンのカルチャー的にはバンドシーンがすごく盛り上がっていて、バンドシーンの中でもやっぱりジェンダーの話を考えると、確かに女性は少なめだなと。やっぱり男性の中に一人女性がいて、そこが光って見えて、そこがスポットライトが当たっている状態、だから女性にスポットライトが当たっているというのももちろんそうなんですけど、やっぱり格差はあったのかなというのはその当時からも感じていて、でそのコロナ禍が終わってからまた音楽シーンがどんどん変わっていって、で音楽シーンがどんどん日本ではバンドシーンとかジャズシーンとか、もちろんそういう水面下でも生きてはいるんですけど、どんどんクラブカルチャーに変化していって、で先ほどもちょっとお話ししたんですけど、クラブカルチャーはやっぱりちょっと変革が起きたのかなっていうのを私も肌で感じていて、女性シンガーたちが声を上げるとともに、やっぱ DJ のその女性がピックアップされる、フックアップされるような流れが出てきてきたなっていうのは日本では感じているので、 徐々に良くなってきているんではないかという、そういう格差というかジェンダー問題についてはというのは思っています。まだまだなんていうんだろう、女性がもっとこう取り上げてほしいなっていう場面はたくさんある。取り上げてほしいというよりかは男性と同じようにというか、こうシーンで活躍できればなとは思ってるんですが、徐々に良くなってきてるかなっていうのは感じています。
なるほど。5年前とね今ってかなり僕も肌感として違うなと思ってる理由っていうのが、それまでって日本って意識的に女性のアーティストをラインナップに組み入れたりってすることとかを怠けてきたっていうか、
そうですね、
そんな歴史あったと思うんですけど、愛知トリエンナーレいろいろ問題があったんですけど、愛知で行われたトリエンナーレが完全にジェンダーイコーリティでバランスが50-50だったアーティストの男性と女性の比率が。でそこで結構列島全域でそのことが話題になったりしたんですね。でそれがやっぱりそのナイトタイムシーンだけではなくて関係されてるバンドシーンの方にも、かなり広がっていったのかなと思って。
そうですね、
はい、でここから聞いていきたいんですけど、かなりディープな話をやっぱりダニエルさんはそのラブパレードをドクター・モテさんと一緒に立ち上げた創始者のうちの一人であるという話を聞いておりますが、やっぱりラブパレードが始まったタイミングっていうのはレイブカルチャーの黎明期でしたよね。だからなんていうのかな、その男性女性っていうよりも混在一体化としてそういったその性差の問題っていうものとかがもう前提として振りほどくぐらいのコンセプトを持った強いそのなんていうんでしょう、文化プロジェクトになったと思うんですね。あれはデモからもともと始まったんですもんね。フロートですよね。はい。
Yes, the Love Parade started as a demonstration, but it was more about music. But for me, the whole techno movement was one where gender became very open. In comparison to the 80s, where people would dress very sexually, with the rave culture, it became very asexual in very many ways, and that opened a path for many people, no matter what gender they were, to be equal. But I think that there is one very serious matter, is that we were all very young back then, and when you're young and you're starting, then the discrimination isn't as strong. But the longer you do it, and the more it becomes about success and money, that's when the change happens, where then suddenly more men become successful than women. And that is still, I think, the case today. I mean, today I am not in the techno scene anymore. I'm an interdisciplinary musician and artist. I do individual independent music. And I've noticed that on festivals, they try to have an equal amount of women, men, all genders. But then if you go and tour in regular clubs, it's still 80% men. So there's a big difference between festivals and the actual music scene in everyday concerts. Like, for instance, I work a lot together with Gudrun Gut from Malaria, and she runs a female label. She has a lot of female musicians, and they all get invited to festivals, but they do not get invited to tour. I tried organizing a tour for them once, and I organized tours for my band with Alexander Hacke, which is very easy. And then I tried organizing a tour with 5 different female musicians, and it was almost impossible. And this is like 3 years ago. So there is a difference in like festivals that try to be, try to be modern, or the music scene, which basically has to fight for getting the audience, and then a lot less women get invited.
なるほど。いろんな問題抱えてますね。なんか今後ろで映ってたのが、これ初期のラブパレードですよね。この映像って、これ何年ですか
？This one's 1996.
1996
Yeah.
96年なんですね。あ、すごいな。
That's when there were 1.2 million people.
はいはいはいはい。この時って日本のアーティストの石野卓球さんがもしかして参加した年なんじゃないですかね。もしかしたらそうかもしれない。で、
I'm not sure.
96年すごく日本でもラブパレード取り上げられていて、日本の雑誌もラブパレードの特集とか組まれたぐらいの時期ですごく話題になったと思うんですけど、フェメルマッチョさんはもっとさらに前の、ベルリンの壁が取り壊される前から東と西両方のシーンを見てこられたっていうことを聞きました。その当時っていうのは、日本にも紹介されたノイエッドイッチェベレのシーンが立ち上がった時代だと思います。だからレイブカルチャーの前夜ですよね、活動し始めた時期が。
Yeah? Okay. Hi. First of all, thanks for having me here. So I started to be in music or to love music, yes, before the wall came down. One of my idols was, for example, Gudrun Gut. So the wall came down. There was a lot of other things important to me. On one hand, this freedom. On the other hand, I also was doubting that it's a good idea to have a big Germany, so that Germany forgets what was happening, what went wrong with Germany. And sadly, I think I was a little bit right, because what we have now is an incredible, not free situations. I was listening before to the talks here. That was really nice that I could see it online. And there were this topic of freedom, why people came to Berlin. And I have the sad feeling that the freedom is kind of the other way around now. And maybe this is also one thing I would like to mention. The female topic, I would like to make it wider, and would say this is, yes, a matter female and male, but in the moment it's more important for me, free or not free. And this is what drives me the last year since the war from Israel against Palestine starts. And not only this, also the focus on Congo and all the other oppressed parts of the world we have, and the wars what we have right now. It's kind of connected for me with feminismus and with female power, because we also have to notice who we are, that I'm a white female, and I can decide, and I could be free and can choose that I, for example, want to play records. That's for some people nowadays not possible, because they don't even have a home. So I would like to connect this, or I do connect this. For me, I cannot see it as a single thing. I cannot only speak about feminism now without seeing all the oppressed people.
なるほど。そうですね。なんかそのジェンダーの問題自体が男性とか女性っていう問題ではもうなくなってきてますし、やっぱりそのジェンダーマイノリティの話もそこには関係してくるし、さらに LGBTQ っていうワード自体がその自分たちのお父さんとか、 もしかしたらおじいちゃんとかおばあちゃんも共有できるような感じで、その大衆にテレビを通じて広まったりしているような時代、並行で戦争のニュースが、同じモニターから出てくる、そういった状況下に今自分たちはいる。その中でいかにジェンダーのことを考えていくのかっていったら、より複雑な問題性を前回やった5年前よりは秘めているってすごく感じるんですね。でそこでやっぱり重要なのは、そのマッチョさんが体験されたような西と東のベルリンの壁がまだあって、やっぱり特に西の自由っていうものが束縛されていた時代に、これはレイブカルチャーの始まりとも関係があるんですけど、ドミューンにも2回登場してくれたマーク・リーダーさんっていう方が、その西で音楽を聴くことが禁じられていた時に、自分で音楽を密輸していた、そんな歴史がありますよね。でこれがやっぱりその西と東の壁が壊れて文化が混交していく前夜にとって、ものすごく重要なエネルギーになったと思いますし、そこにマライアとか、グートのような女性のアーティストも、マッチョさんが好きな女性のアーティストもいらっしゃったんだと思うんですけど、そういった形で今こそなおさらこんな時代だからこそ、その音楽の効用について語っていかないといけない時代だと思うわけなんですね。でそこでやっぱり学ばないといけないのは、マーク・リーダーが、西側に音楽、特にパンクとかニューウェーブを密輸して持ち込んで、そこで文化が広まっていって、壁が崩壊した後にさらに、そのエネルギーっていうものは深まり、ドイツにレイブカルチャーをもたらしたんだと思うんですよね。だからなおさらその音楽が、緩和する力を今ここに改めて語る必要があると思うんですけど、そういった意味で今レイブからは、レイブカルチャーから身を引かれてるっておっしゃいましたけど、今もやはり例えばベルクハインが、観光政策にすごく影響を与えているように、レイブカルチャーが今持っている可能性っていうものはより深まっていると僕は思うんですけど、どう思われますでしょうか。
Well, I mean, I think that music and culture is very important for people no matter when, and especially when it's difficult times, because it's something that people need to have a reason to continue fighting for something good, because it's food for the soul. So I think that doing music is something which is really important, especially in times that are difficult. That is one of the reasons why we did the Love Parade originally, because music can fly over any wall. So that for us was a very serious message, even though the whole Love Parade was a lot of fun too. And I also think there's always a difference between the politics and the people. For instance, during the Cold War, I lived on one side of the wall, and I had friends on the other side of the wall. And it was really interesting to notice that artists on both sides of the wall were communicating in spite of the wall being there, through culture, through art, through music. So the power of this culture and the power of music and the power of art is incredibly strong. That's why it's so terribly important. And that's why it's so terribly important that we continue having it supported also by the governments, which at the moment in Berlin just all the money was taken away from. So I think that you can see how this goes through every step of history, that people find strength and comfort through music and art to continue trying to achieve something which is important for them in their soul.
なるほど。どうですかね。
いやもうまさに実は私去年の今頃、ちょうど今頃に この後登壇するフローリアン君と一緒にミュージックビデオを作らせていただいたんですね。
その時にベルリンに行かれてたんですね。
そうです、はい、その時初めてヨーロッパ圏に行ってベルリンとアムステルダムとロンドンを1週間ずつちょっと行かせてもらったんですけど、その時にもうまさにその音楽の力みたいなのをものすごくやっぱり感じて、私は英語がすごく流暢なわけではないんですけど、やっぱりそのなんだろう、今回出した楽曲が「Call Me」という楽曲で私を呼んでっていう、まあ、大事なお友達にまさに本当に友達に歌うような歌詞を書いたんですけど、それがまさかこの、フローリアン君、ドイツにいらっしゃる、友達に届くと思ってなくて、で彼がこれを聞いた時にこれは世界中の友達が分かる歌詞だよね、だからベルリンで撮ってみようよ、ベルリンと日本をつなげるっていう意味でもいろんな国の人にも伝わるし、そうやって作ってみないっていうので始まったものだったんで、なんかすごく音楽って本当にもちろん言葉も大事なんですけど、人をつなげる力が改めてすごくあるなとは感じましたね。
なるほど、
はい、
マッチョさんはどうでしょうか。特にそう一番最初に話されていたグートングートとかマラリアが当時の壁が、壊れる前のシーンにいたこと、これって今のエンパワーメントの概念とかなり近い部分を担ってたような気が僕はします。
Yeah, I just would like to add something what you just said before, the power of music, and this is something totally relevant. I had, for example, the pleasure to host a radio show yesterday in Berlin. That's why I just arrived today. And it was about solidarity compilation for Lebanon and Palestine, and there were over 40 artists involved. So that's what you said. So the music can definitely go always liquid through borders, and it's definitely something what can be stronger. And I also think even though Berlin is cutting the money, they already started it last year, and so maybe there is less money, but there will be more rage and more music. I'm pretty sure about this. Maybe this is also something that wakes us up. We had a little bit too much comfort zone. That's why, for me, rave culture is important, and I always saw it as a culture of liberation, although I'm also disappointed because it had also the other side. Love Parade became very commercial. Daniel, you were not there anymore. And so this is a kind of dynamic what can happen. But music in general, so musicians I know now, or projects I know now, or new spaces which are coming because maybe there are no other spaces, or spaces are closed in Berlin. I do believe that there is still something new coming up, and that's maybe more important than to look at what is right now than to look at the Love Parade. I mean, we have done this a lot of times, I have the feeling. But you wanted to know something about the Love Parade from me? What exactly?
ラブパレードの話。
It's okay. Okay.
ラブパレードについてですか。やっぱりここ重要になってくるのは、壁が崩壊するタイミングでジャーマンニューウェーブが、広まり、でそのことが後に、レイブシーン、ドイツのレイブシーンとつながっていく。特にマーク・リーダーの活動とか彼が撮った映画を見たらそう感じたんですけど、やっぱりあれもそのアメリカで生まれたテクノミュージックっていうものがヨーロッパに解放されて、でその中で独自進化を遂げてきたと思うんですけど、そういった意味でのその文化の多様性とそのなんでしょう、困難に直面した時に生まれてくる新しい音楽の価値っ っていうものについて語っていただけたらと思います。それはノイエ・ドイッチェ・ベレが、ベルリンの壁が崩壊する時に、密輸のように西の方に伝わったっていうことと、そこから解放された後にレイブカルチャー、がドイツに訪れたってこととかなり近い部分があると思うんですけど、どうでしょうか。翻訳に時間かかって。
Yeah, so there were important things like, I mean, Neue Deutsche Welle was more in the 80s. And like for Berlin, it was nice that there were like people coming over from Detroit. Most of them black people, and what we also forgot in Berlin sometimes. So the techno scene is in Berlin a very wide scene, but it's not born in Berlin. It was there before, and we were just so lucky and so happy that we have had all this incredible artists coming over, for example, from Detroit, and also from like Britain, and yeah, that was a really good chance that we can like witness this like with the original DJs, which is maybe somehow at some point forgotten in Berlin.
それも日本も全く同じですね。やっぱりそうですそうです。まさにその通りで、デトロイトとか、あの頃って UK にレイブカルチャーがあったわけで、そこからの影響によって独自のシーンをそれぞれの国が作っていっていた。でラブパレードなんてまさにさっきの映像を見たらなおさら当時のシーンが蘇ってきたりしますが、でここでやっぱり語らないといけない問題っていうのがテーマに2つあって、そのエンパワーメントと、レリジエンスの重要性と女性同士のサポートがどういう形で、シーンに機能してくるのかっていうことだと思うんですね。でそのエンパワーメントっていうのはその権限を身につけるっていう意味で多分語られてるんだと思うんですけど、そのことっていうのはナイトシーンにおいてどのような意味を女性にもたらしたんでしょうか。でもう一つはそのレジデンスっていうのは、柔軟に対応する力だと思いますけど、やっぱりその2つがどのような形で活動に影響をもたらしているのかっていうことを聞けたらと思います。どうでしょうか。語れる人からで、はい。
Well, I mean, I think that it's extremely important for women to have women that inspire them. And for instance, Gudrun Gut, who inspired all of us, she's inspired almost 3 generations of women, because she said that when she was in the 80s, she couldn't find a record company that wanted to sign her music, and so she decided to start her own record company. And then she couldn't find a label. So she started her own. Well, it's the same thing, label or record company. And then she started a record company for women. So she has released countless women, and she's she's worked in the electronic music scene on every single level. And I've worked together with her for years. We also did panels speaking about female musicians in electronic music. We founded events. She's founded Monika Werkstatt in 2015, which is like a conglomeration with many, many female musicians that improvise together. And it's really important that women, or especially young girls, have the possibility of seeing those kind of women. Because I remember when I was that age, I didn't have that. And I was actually always admiring men, and then suddenly I realized, wait, I'm not a man. I want somebody to look up to too. And so I think that in a way it's a responsibility of each woman to become that and to work on that. And that responsibility is very important, because only by having people one can look up to, one can advance that way. And in that way also build a connection between women. and between the different genders and strengthening yourself. And I think that's extremely important today too. I don't think there's enough of that. It still isn't enough of that. So I think that doing these kind of panels is great. With Gudrun, we also did a panel where we always had 5 women speaking, and one thing that we noticed was that very many women have great problems speaking about themselves and speaking about what they do because they were taught not to, you know, show off. And so very many women would come to us after the panel and say, "It was so good hearing you speak because I'm scared to speak. I'm scared to speak about what I do, and I'm scared to speak in front of people." It's a huge issue for very many women in Eastern Europe, for instance, too. And so these very simple things make a huge difference, and one should do it as often as possible.
素晴らしい。川村さんはどうでしょう。
そうですね。もううなずきの嵐だったんですけど、はい。もう
う
まさに同じようなことを感じて、実は私去年、一昨年ぐらいに自分が言いたいことを言えずに書き殴ったような歌詞で楽曲を作ったんですけど、それが実は3人の、ブラックボボイっていうアーティストがいて、そのブラックボボイ、と一緒に作ったんですね。それもなんでかっていうと、女性なのに言えないことがたくさんあって、その環境を作り出している現状は何なんだろうっていうのを楽曲にした。でより自分に強くあらなきゃいけないよね、こんな状況だけど手を取り合っていこうみたいな歌詞を書いたんですけど、その彼女たちも実は、今おっしゃったようにレーベルを立ち上げていて、3人でインディビジュアルだったかな、ちょっと名前があれなんですけど、レーベルを立ち上げていて、その頃から大体2年前、コロナが明けたぐらいからやっぱり女性が女性同士で手を取り合って自分たちが言いたいことを言えるような環境を自分たちで作り出すみたいなムーブメントは実際増えてきたかなというのを私も感じていて、で私もやっぱりその中のやっぱ当事者として、例えばシンガーだったら、シンガーソングライターって、バンドよりもやっぱり多少のなんていうんですか、後ろ盾とかやっぱりバックのフックアップがないとちょっとなかなか活動していくの難しかったりする。でそのなんかここのなんだろうシンガーっていう感じになっていってしまうんですけど、そういう人たちがいろんなバンドの女性たちだったりとか、自分と同じような立場にある人で、やっぱり女性っていうのは体の変化もありますし、いろんななんて言うんだろうな、人に言えないこともたくさんあるだろうし、男性ももちろんあると思うんですけど、そういうことを共有するのもやっぱり音楽史の中でそれを共有できる人っていうのがやっぱ限られてくるので、アーティスト同士ですごく手を取り合ってっていうのが、最近でも増えてきたかなと思いますし、それこそ私もそういう女性たちで話す場所を作りたいっていうので、リリースパーティーをこの間トランクホテルっていう場所でやったんですけど、そこも選んだ理由は、ちょっとカルチャーが変わってきて、それこそクラブシーンとか、人がそこに集まってきている状態で、ライブハウスじゃなくてあえてそういう開けてる場所でいろんなジャンルの人と一緒に、女性を主に集めてライブやってみようっていう試みをしたんですけど、やっぱりそういう女性たちが集まりやすい場所っていうのを自分たちで作っていくのが、アーティストの使命でもあるかなとは思っていました。
なるほど、ありがとうございます。どうでしょうか、マッチョさんは。
Yeah, I totally can agree. So the best empowerment is just to be there, is to be present, like we are here tonight. And there are nowadays a lot of amazing female artists. Like I want to mention Peaches right now, who is like inspiring a lot of other Flinter or female identified people. What I also witnessed in Berlin is that there are a lot of collectives now, which I really like. So there is this, for example, Fambas Mafia, a collective of women playing, or another collective called Garage Girls. So people are the female identified people, they are very solidarity. They practice solidarity, and I think this is also a very important point for empowerment. These examples, there can be one, but there is always one, or there was always one explode like exponential one figure, but I think it's also important to have this solidarity and so this collectives like we can do this, we all can do this. It doesn't need a hero or a heroine. It's just like we can do this together. Yeah.
Yes, I think that especially with women, it's extremely important because for a long time, women did not support each other. And in collectives like this, supporting each other is a very, very important issue. Very important.
なるほど。ここでじゃあその女性同士が助け合ってこうお互いを高め合っていくっていう、そういったコミュニティの中でのエネルギー循環の話が今できたんだと思うんですけど、そうなってきたら今度はやっぱりさまざまなジェンダーにおける、ギャップの話もしないといけなくなると僕は思うんですけど、特にクラブカルチャーは、ハウスミュージックにおいてはゲイカルチャーから生まれたものでもあります。で例えばそうですよね、ウェアハウスもゲイクラブだったし、パラダイスガラージュだってあれはやっぱりどちらかというとその男性のマッチョイズムもそこにはあったと思うし、入るためには、きちんとこうパスを申請して自分はゲイであるっていうことを表明するパスを作らないと中に入れなかったりとか、すごくなんていうのかな、逆に言えばさっき言ったそのコレクティブコミュニティ的な動きもあったんですけど、でもそれはゲイである人以外を差別するっていうような構造にもなっていたようにも思うんですね。でやっぱりその、ジェンダーフリーっていうのはじゃあ何かって言ったら性差の違いによる役割分担とかにとらわれることなく、個人の能力っていうものを引き上げるっていう概念だと思うんですけど、でもジェンダーレスっていうのはやっぱり男女の区別をとか境界をなくしていくっていう運動だと思うんですよね。で今の例えば分かんないですけどハイファッションのブランドとかっていうのは、ジェンダーレスな洋服を作っていって男性も女性も垣根なく着れるっていうようなそういったプロダクト作りっていうものを打ち出してると思うんですけど、そうなってきたらやっぱりこれジェンダーの問題を改めて考えるにこの2つのワードっていうのはすごく大事になってくるし、もう一つやっぱりそこにジェンダーマイノリティの人たちの問題が関係してくると思うんですよね。で例えば日本でもワイフっていうコレクティブがあるんですけど、それはトランスセクシャルの人についてやっぱり考えていこうっていう運動です。これは、リーダーである方がレズビアンのパーティーに入れなかった。でそれはトランスセクシャルだからであるっていうような意味での、差別を、明らかに受けているっていう問題がある。だからこそなおさらその、ジェンダーレスとかジェンダーフリーとかイコーリティとかマイノリティの問題っていうのはやっぱりその中で新しい差別を生みかねないと思うんですね。でクラブカルチャーっていうのはゲイコミュニティから始まっているからなおさらその問題と密接な関係が僕はあると思ってるんですが、何か新しくポジティブな提案とかがありましたら教えていただけたらと思います。マッチョさんどうでしょうか。
Yes, I think so. So first of all, I think it's not a problem of the lesbian community that trans people are not welcomed. So the community I know, they are more welcoming to trans people and to, in general, female identified people. I think this is one of the things what are very often repeated, and I would not like to repeat it again. So also this, yes, house music comes from the gay community, but as far as I know, and as far as I know the pictures also from the Paradise Garage, there were female people always, female humans always welcome, and it's also a kind of togetherness. So I would not start to, see something in these small groups that they are the problems for each other. I don't think so. I don't see it. In general, it's nice that there are more and more so-called safe spaces, that there are spaces like for more female-identified people. So if you want to go out to party and you know you can go to the party like this, you can expect that this is not so heteronormative. But this doesn't mean that they are not male people not welcome, and especially not trans people. Yeah.
ありがとうございます。どうでしょうか。
I have the feeling that the more commercialized a society is, the less it is free, and the more problems people have of different genders. Because in the underground of the 80s, for instance, the gender question was basically everybody could be whatever they wanted to be, and it was perfectly okay. I mean, it was very, very free. When I came to Berlin, it was amazing. And at the beginning of the 90s, when the whole rave culture started, it was still like that. And then the more commercialized everything became, the more things were put into certain slots, because the industry, of course, wants to buy and sell and influence and manipulate all these different, and it's easier to put them in certain boxes and put people in boxes that are not comfortable for them. And when the whole gender question reappeared again before COVID, like around 2015, when it started becoming louder and louder, it of course also came out of the underground, where once again it was freer. And I think it always depends upon this commercialization of the scene or culture, which makes a huge difference. And that's why I think it's so incredibly important that it's being spoken about so loudly, to get through that wall, and to not only keep it in the underground, but to put it into normal everyday life, which has made a wonderful big step in the last couple of years. But I do think it has a lot to do with the industry and with all these kind of things. Money.
なるほど。
でもすごい今の話も私もすごく同感して、今多様性って言われてること自体も、まあジェンダーの問題と同じようにこうなんだろう、多様性ってどういうことなんだろうって、もっとこう例えば商業的に使われていったりとか、それってどういうことなんだろうって、多分こう一つの問題が出てくるとまた二つに分かれていって、どんどん問題が出てくると思うんですけど、やっぱりそれについて先ほどもおっしゃってたように、こう自分たちの日常と照らし合わせて自分たちの環境で何が起きているのかっていうのをもうちょっと深く考える必要があるのが今日本のちょっと現状かなっていうのは思っていて、なんかそういうなんだろう、自分たちの日常に対してその理解を深めていく、何が起こっているのかっていうのを考えていく今フェーズなのかな日本は、と思って改めて聞いてました。はい
はい、いや僕もそう思いました。なんかすごい進んだ意見を今語ってくれてるような、
いや本当ですね、
すごい参考になる部分とめちゃくちゃありますね。マッチョさん何か語りたいことがあるようで、ぜひお願いします。
I just could mention at this point that I'm also so happy that I know some queer collectives in Tokyo, and I think it's there is a big solidarity coming up, and one is called Queertopia, a party, and I will play there tomorrow, and the other is called Waifu, and I was like really happy to find these collectives, and I think the next step is to have them here on stage and have the collectives from Berlin and from Japan together, which are all women or queer collectives. That's my wish for next year.
どちらのコレクティブも結構近くて、ワイフは、来月僕らのスタジオでもやります。なのでまだ日本にいたらぜひ遊びに来てください。
そう、私もワイフのその立ち上げ人っていうんですか。
そうだよね。
人のクロエちゃん。クロエちゃんは実は私はこの間イベントにちょっと出てもらって、ちょっとそんな話をしてたところだったので。
はい。ありがとうございます。
はい、ぜひつながってもらえたら嬉しい。
いいですね。
Oh, sorry, my pronunciation was really wrong. So you say wife, and I said waifu. Okay, okay.
そうですそうです。
We are talking about the same collective. Amazing. Okay, okay, sorry. And thanks.
同じコレクティ
Now I know.
その通りはい。っていうかもうそろそろ時間なんですね。あっという間の45分だったんですけど、まあじゃあこれ最後日本とベルリンのコラボレーションの話が出てきたので。やっぱりネガティブな話ではなくて最近浮上しているポジティブなトレンドについて何かあれば聞いてみたいと思います。どうでしょうか。どうでしょうか。じゃあどうでしょうかみたいな。
いやトレンド
でなくてもいいです。ポジティブなトピックでもいいです。
ポジティブなトピックは、まあ、日本の視点から私が見る限りではやっぱり女性のアーティストがピックアップフックアップされていくっていうムードが出てるなというのは、とてもいいことだなと思ってます。でそれと同時にやっぱり先ほどもおっしゃってたんですけどジェンダーの問題じゃないものも浮かび上がってきていてそれをこう多角的に見るでなんかもうやっぱりもうちょっとこう、まあ、ジェンダーの問題ももちろんなんですけど日本人私からしたら日本人のイメージなのかもしれないんですけどもっとコミュニケーションをやっぱりこう取っていってこういうディスカッションだったりそういうものをこう増やしていけばもっともっと開けていくのかな。なんかポジティブなトピックにはならなかったかな。
いやなってますよ。
本当ですか。そうなんかやっぱりこういうことがあったらお友達と話せる友達が増えていってるっていうのは現状なので
なるほど、
SNS もそうですし、まあ、あとはこうやっぱり私も去年ドイツに行けたしやっぱこう世界は広いようで狭いのでなんかそういうことを理解しながらこう世界中でつながっていける可能性は秘めているのかなと思いました。
素晴らしい、ありがとうございます。ダニエルさん。
I think that a new trend actually has been for the last couple of years collectives in general, which I think is really interesting. For instance, on many of the art fairs in Europe, they have collectives exhibiting not only one artist but collectives. And in the music scene, so many collectives are forming. And I think that's really interesting to realize that at the moment, people have the feeling that one needs to be together in a group to have a stronger voice, and that it's not only about the ego, me, but it's about a whole group of people that need to stick together, that want to stick together. I think that's a really interesting development, which is quite different from 10 years ago. So I think that's a new trend internationally.
いや本当にその通りですね。特にコレクティブってワード自体がアートシーン中心にめちゃくちゃ広まった感じしますよね。そうでそれ以前のコミュニティと僕違うところっていうのは、まあ、何かって言ったら先導者が中心にいて周りに手足となる人がいるんじゃなくて全員がブレインっていうところがコレクティブの形ですよね。そうそうだと思うのでその傾向っていうものがアートコレクティブを中心に広まっていってそれが音楽のシーンにも、まあ、あらゆるシーン全般に受け継がれていってるってところがものすごく重要だなと。
And environmental scenes, like environmental themes. So all themes, if I think of it, in all different themes in different areas, it's collectives working together. I think that's very interesting.
本当そうですね。マッチョさんどうでしょうか。
Yeah, so I think there is, I wouldn't call it trend, I would say it's necessary because there is less and less power from the politics. Politics are dividing us in the moment. They are not very supportive. They are not supporting collectives. And I think this is like an anti-movement to the current politics, and I can also witness this in Berlin, that there is a big building from community, like either is a pro-Palestine community or music like these collectives. That's what gives us power, and so we are not so need in power, or to get the power from the people who are in charge in the moment. I don't count on them at all. So we can gain our own power. And that's maybe also something I wanted to say with my name, like this female empowerment or this playing with the macho energy or whatever. That means we are not scared. We have power and we can move things, and we will do, and we do just right now.
ありがとうございます。いやなかなかここから深い議論に突入しそうな感じでしたね。今おっしゃっていたドキュメントってね、ずっとやってドイツのカッセルでやってるアートフェスティバルありますよね。ドキュメンターの15がコレクティブばっかりを集めたすごいプロジェクトをやりましたね。そこで日本から、足立正夫監督っていう連合赤軍の、資料だけが展示されたってこともすごい話題になりましたし、2022年だったと思うんですけど、それぐらいの流れからものすごく大きく変革の時を迎えていて、そうですよね。あ、気が合う。
Absolutely. Yes, in the Berlinale too. It was only collectives exhibiting. So in the last, I think, yeah, it's all the big art fairs have basically only been having collectives do projects for the Documenta and for, yeah.
ですよね。はい。ということで、もっとここからいろいろ話したいことたくさんあったんですけど、もう時間だということで、今日はなかなか短い時間でしたけど、いい議論ができたと思います。ありがとうございました。ダニエル・デ・ピッチオットさんと、なお、川村さん、そしてフィメール・マッチョさんでした。ありがとうございます。まだまだ続きますよね。はい。ということで、この後 DJ タイムもうちょっとかかる。スタートアップということでよろしくお願いします。ドミューもこの後あるので見てください。はい。ドミューはインドネシアのクルーが来ます。ドディアックっていう。はい。ということでありがとうございました。
Hello, hello. Oh, it works. Hello, everybody. We will start our startups presentations now. So please come forward, have a seat, grab a drink, and come forward, please. Ist das nicht toll, dass man es einfach liegen lassen kann in diesem Land? Wahnsinn, ne? Ja, kenn ich. Das ist echt toll. Okay, so maybe you have a seat because so people feel like that there can. He's presenting now, so setzt euch mal alle lieben Leute. So, I'm picking up on the conversation that we had before with culture and economics, and I got asked many, many times, how is it possible that a city like Berlin, who has little to no industry and rather comparable little economy compared to other big cities like Hamburg or München, how is it possible that Berlin is competing as one of the main European startup hubs next to Paris and London? And the answer is, accordingly, culture. Berlin has so much culture to offer and a lifestyle to offer and a way of life to offer that you have an amazing way of balancing work and lifestyle that enhances people all over the world. And we have 5 startups from Berlin, most of them from abroad, and they will tell us a little story about why they come to Berlin, what they do, and where it's going. And on that note, I would like to welcome our first presenter, Martin from San Francisco, to tell us a little bit about his revolutionizing e-fuels. We are talking about gasoline that is 100% fossil-free, and I believe he's the start of a great revolution, right? Isn't it, Martin?
Absolutely. Hey, thank you, Rio. What an amazing honor to be here. Both Berlin and Tokyo are very dear to me, and you'll soon know why. When Rio asked me to present here, I wasn't really sure what to talk about at a cultural event when I'm in the automotive and energy space. But listening to all of you guys here today, and Danielle and everyone else, made it quite clear why this story is relevant. So let me start off with a little story. I'm Martin. I grew up in San Francisco, and I moved to Europe, mainly Prague, and discovered cars. And I started racing cars and absolutely loved it. I was addicted to it. That's me a long time ago without a beard. And, while I was racing, I actually realized one thing. I don't want to pollute. I want to do this in a more environmentally friendly way. And so one thing led to another, and I discovered Dr. Dan here in the basement of the Chemical University. And I made him, or he enabled me, to make the very first ever 100% fossil-free gasoline that worked in my rally car without modification. And that was the story, how I came from San Francisco to Europe. But what was kind of interesting is that, we were playing around with this in the lab, and it was working, and we were thinking, hey, maybe there's an opportunity to be had there. And, I don't want to bore you with these graphs. I put something together very quickly for this presentation, but we realized one massive issue with global mobility, and that is there's 1.3 billion cars on the roads that rely on fossil fuels. And actually, if we could decarbonize all these cars by just changing the fuel, we could reach our climate targets much sooner than forcing consumers to buy electric cars or any other modern vehicles. But the thing was, where are we going to build that company? Where could we go to find talent and people crazy enough to embark on this journey? Well, the answer to that is Berlin. And in 2018, we founded the P1 Fuels in Berlin. It was a city that I used to visit a lot for the clubbing scene. To go raving every weekend. We would escape, go there, go back on Monday, and that's how the company started. And amongst some of our customers, the 4-time Formula 1 champion Sebastian Vettel, who uses our product to in his Formula 1 cars to race without trace. So that was the very origin of the company. And I'm not going to bore you with how we do it because we only have a few minutes, but the gist of it is we take waste CO2 from the atmosphere and we convert it into a fossil-free gasoline that works in any car without modification. So it's completely green and doesn't rely on oil infrastructure. Yeah, we've tested it everywhere from ice to desert, in Formula One cars, GT cars, road cars, historic cars, whatever. And why is Tokyo or Japan very dear to me and important? I met this gentleman here, the chairman of Toyota, Akio, who actually has been preaching exactly what our company's been doing over the years. And that is that the decarbonization of the mobility sector has to be technology agnostic. And we're super proud that Japan, and in front with Akio here, is our largest market. We supply all the car manufacturers. We've decarbonized everything from the Super Taiku to MotoGP races, to the ongoing rally now in Toyota City this weekend, where we're the official fuel supplier for all of the car manufacturers there. And so that's my story, how culture has led me to Berlin, how it enabled me to thrive in such a wonderful place, assemble a team of crazy people that decided to make synthetic fuels. And here I am again. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Martin. That was great. We come to the next presenter, and I'm very, very proud of him because he came to Berlin a few years ago and he started a joint venture now to bring Japan and Berlin together, or let's say Tokyo, Berlin, Japan, Europe. I give the mic to my dear friend Hide.
Yeah. Thank you, Ryotaro. Good evening, everyone. I'm an owner of this place. Okay, I'll explain in Japanese, so please put on the translator. ニオアという会社を、良太郎と立ち上げました。これはベルリンと東京をつなぐ、クリエイティブインフラストラクチャーというふうに、言っています。で共同で立ち上げたコーファウンダーで、僕はもともとは広告の業界にいて、そこからこういうクリエイティブの、コミュニティ、と場所を作ってきました。で今回、この主催であるニオンと、僕が立ち上げた、クリエイティブアライアンスのオアが、一緒に、スタートアップを立ち上げて、ニオアという会社をベルリンに、ミッテに、立ち上げました。でこの、クリエイティブインフラストラクチャーっていう言葉あんまり聞き慣れないと思うんですけど、やっぱクリエイター、は多分世界的にそうだと思うんですけど、独立していく人たちが増えていると思います。そういった組織とか巨大な資本とかに守られてないクリエイターがどんどん増えていく中で、そういった彼らをつないでいったりだとかエンパワーメントしていく、仕組みだとか、インフラが必要だというふうに強く思っておりまして、このクリエイティブインフラストラクチャーという、言葉を唱えています。でこの場所がまさに、そういったところの、実験場になっているんですけれども、この、クリエーションですね、クリエーション、それから、コンシューム、それからカルチャーっていうのが、サイクルに、なっていく、この場所、原宿であったり、この、東京原宿っていう場所はずっとクリエーションをし続けている、場所なんですけども、そこに、もう一度、このサイクルを作ろうということで、この場所で、コミュニティ、それから、さっき言った、コレクティブを作っています。でここは今日もこういったイベントをやっておりますけれども、さまざまなクリエイターがここに会員になってくれていて、彼らのクリエーションであったりだとか、クリエイティブを絡めたビジネスをできる、場所を、運営しています。で実はこの同じフロアに、スタジオもいくつかあって、この、商業施設なんですけど、商業施設の中で、クリエーションしていけるためのスタジオ、ポッドキャストスタジオもありますし、ムービースタジオ、それから、 フォトスタジオと、リカーショップを合体させた、角打ちのできるお酒の飲めるスタジオも、やっています。で、こういった、商業施設の中にクリエイターが集まれる、これも一つのインフラスペースだと思ってるんですけども、こういったものを、フリーランスのつながりだけじゃなくて場所を実際に持つことでこの場所に集まれる。で、それから今回チャレンジしようとしているのは、ここと、ベルリンをもうダイレクトに、つなげて、もうここで面白いクリエイターがいたらすぐベルリンに、でベルリンにも面白いクリエイターがいたらすぐ東京に、ということを、ロジスティクスをつないでいこうということを、立ち上げました。でなんで、ベルリンと東京なのかということはよく聞かれるんですけど、まず東京、日本から見て、ヨーロッパというのは非常に、広いし遠いんですけれども、ベルリンは、ロンドンとかパリよりもまだ、地価が安かったり物価が安い、それからかつそこにやっぱクリエイティブとビジネスがこう、混ざっているカルチャーがあるというところで、実は、日本とか東京からすると、ベルリンを通してヨーロッパに入っていくっていうルートは、非常に魅力的なんじゃないかなということで、日本から見た時の、ベルリンの価値というのがあると。で逆に、ここの東京であったり原宿はそもそもさっき言ったように、ミックスカルチャーストリートカルチャーがある街なので、非常に新しいクリエーションだったり、文化を受け入れやすいという土壌があったり、それから、日本の中心でもあるので、日本中のクラフトマンがここに、集められるということもある。でそれからアジアの当然ゲートウェイにもなるというところで、そういったところのメリットをお互いにつないでいこうということをやろうとしています。で東京の場所はここなんですけども、今ミッテに、スモールスペースを作ろうとしていて、このコンパクト東京を作ろうと。ですごく小さいスペースなんだけどもミニマムなんだけど、そこに、ドリンク、今日もハイエンドな、東京の食を用意してますけども、ドリンクとかフードとかそれからミュージック、そういったところを再現できる。それから、さっき言ったヨーロッパに挑戦したい人たちが、そこで、展示ができるギャラリーであったりポップアップ、それからイベントができる、場所というものを、ミッテに作って、でそれで、クリエイティブエクスチェンジをしていこうということを今予定しています。はい、以上です。Thank you very much。
ありがとうございます。大木さん、どうも。So, our next guest is very, very special to me as an old friend. And she's a serial entrepreneur between Berlin and Tokyo. And since we talk about space today, she's an investor in multiple land use projects. I would really like to welcome Nadia Choi.
I used to live in Berlin, also near the Kit Kat Club. The idea I wish you will remember from this talk is simply, I want to be happy where I live, also known as optimizing residential real estate for maximum sexiness. So, as Danielle mentioned earlier, to question everything, I invite you to question the idea of a nuclear family. And the reason I'm stuck in nuclear families is because of the houses I can build and sell. Studios, apartments, single-family homes is what I can find from a real estate website, and it's all made for nuclear families. Rarely is there an option to buy a house together with friends, for example. I was so stuck with the idea of nuclear families that it was actually really hard for me to visualize what something else looks like. In 2024, my options are living with my parents, at which point I really should move out. Living with bad roommates, I also really should move out. Living without roommates, which is the pinnacle of success, but feeling totally lonely. And where else can I move out to at that point? I can live with kids. I don't have this yet, but friends of mine who do have this look like they are going insane and are falling asleep while standing up. I can live after kids have left, which is also not applicable to me, but somehow a weird taboo that nobody talks about. And then there's dying and dementia, which is just full of stress and panic. My option for living arrangements just seem a bit hopeless, sad, friendless, and lonely. And nowadays, I also meet a lot of people who say they'd rather not have kids, that it's hard to fall in love with someone in the first place, that those who do manage to have kids believe they need to earn millions just to afford their kids, and also 20 years later, those couples no longer have sex anyway with each other and are not allowed to have sex with anybody else because of monogamy. And what if this is like a coin, and it's a matter of which side of the coin that we're looking at? On one side is to do things alone. When I started being trans, 100% believed I needed to have millions of dollars just to protect myself before I can start walking around in a dress. On the other side of the coin is to do things together. I never made those millions, but I accidentally made a friend, and a friend introduced me to more friends, and they invited me out for dinner in a dress, and I'm still going out for dinner in dresses today. Maybe there's a collective, like they were saying earlier. For 35 years, this is more maybe the Biennale ego type of people. I have wanted to do things alone, get that fancy job, get the millions, so that I can be even more independent than before, and not have to worry about other people, because people are complicated, messy, and inconvenient. And it took me 40 years to realize that that's actually what life is about. Life is complicated, messy, and inconvenient. And when I finally allowed that to happen, then I also learned how to feel happy, bliss, alive, and loved. And I was lost my whole life until recently. On the inside, I am discovering myself and started loving myself 3 years ago. I also started asking other people if they love themselves. It's very interesting. I went to meditation retreats in Germany, Burning Man, regenerative forest festivals in Portugal. On the outside, I'm nowadays seeking a space where I will be loved, accepted, and I can love and accept others. I haven't found this, and since I cannot find such a community, I'm deciding to build one, even one that is as far-flung as flying for 13 hours to get here. And I invite everyone on the planet to join in to find a common solution that can heal our humanity. I've been intrigued with Bhutan, using happiness as a replacement of the GDP, if there are still any government people here left right now. Along with the invitation, perhaps we've been measuring the wrong thing all along. And we might want to be specific about what we are studying here, because Ryu invited me to this conference about Tokyo and Berlin, which are two of my favorite places on earth. To me, it's obvious why they are amazing. Berlin and Tokyo are also the most creative and queer places on earth. This year I also learned about Timothy Leary's 8 circuit model of consciousness. What is surprising to me about those 8 circuits is that happiness is not the end goal. It's in the middle of the journey. Bliss is in the 5th circuit and simply is the beginning of the path for people interested in topics of consciousness. So today I propose the controversial idea that if we are landlords, if we're city people, if we do any kind of land, we might want to care that our tenants are happy. And when we look deeper into what exactly makes us happy or unhappy, I suspect we'll also find that we're looking for alternatives to nuclear families. For now, 3 proposals focus on the 5th circuit with happiness as a focus. 1. Quantify happiness in real estate like we do with LEED certifications. Personally, I bought an apartment just because of its LEED Platinum status, so there might be some appeal to this. And if Lutz is still here, he talks about sustainability for culture and happiness, maybe something like that. 2, creates a residential happiness index like Bhutan did for their country, integrates variables like sick days, proportional mixes across ages and generations. There's a long list. But my favorite one is how much people are having the amount of awesome sex that they want. And bad sex doesn't count. 3, make a real estate market that incorporates happiness. Maybe we can find an easier way to buy and sell property in eco-villages and intentional communities. I know I want this because I was one of these private investors for construction of an intentional regenerative village in Portugal, and I would really like to sell my stake in it. And perhaps there are even more models of living beyond these two, like buying a house with friends or chosen families. So the challenge is the status quo today is made for nuclear families, and maybe that's not really working so well for any of us. When we do more of the same actions, then we get more of the same outcomes. Thank you.
Nadia Choi, everybody. Quite speechless. I love it. Our next presenter, my dear friend Florian. Sorry, that presentation just knocked me out. I have no clue how to introduce you now. Okay, Florian will tell a lot about himself and his startup, and I'm very excited to have you here, Florian. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I click here? Top one. Okay. Hi, nice to meet you. It's really hard to make a nice presentation now after that, but I give my best to show you guys what I'm doing. So this is me, Florian. I'm a director, producer, and I love Japan. That's why I'm here. And thank you again for the kind invitation having me here tonight. My company is called Mori, and many people ask me, Flo, why do you call your startup Mori? You know, are you in connection with DMG Mori or something else? No, it's a personal story actually, because this is a certain picture of where I come from, and Mori means in Japanese forest. So I get a lot of inspiration from forests. And on top of that, I follow the teachings of Memento Mori. That means on one day, everything ends, right? So we need to take the best out of our lives and what we create to make a difference. And third of all, I was reading the teachings and also the Doitsuniki of Mori Yogai. And I was stuck actually in Japan during the pandemic time. So I got to a local bookstore and was reading about Mori Yogai and was fascinated about his time in Berlin, specifically between 1884 and 88. So I did a little research about that, and turns out I was reaching out to the embassy here, who helped me out during COVID to make this amazing project happening for the 160 years anniversary of German-Japanese friendship. And I started to create a virtual influencer out of Mori Yogai, but it's not actually Mori Yogai; it's just an avatar. So it's not the master himself. And yeah, I managed to create an Instagram channel following the German diary he was creating, and was an amazing project. And I want to thank all people involved, especially Sachio sitting here. Thanks so much. Yeah, and so it was an amazing project. And this gives a little bit of touch what I want to do. So my company, Mori, is a creative powerhouse based in Berlin, and we want to work with emerging technologies, which is utilizing VR technology, AR technology of all kinds. And this is my team and me on a production last year, or the day, last year. And our bread and butter actually is esports. So this is how we actually earn our money. So we are involved into League of Legends World Championship promotions of 2023, the last time, 22 and 23. We won an Emmy for that, and we also worked for a lot of famous bands and other game developers. So in this case, Run the Jewels. I was recently involved in a production for IU, maybe you know her. And also Nao Kawamura, where is she? Okay, I can't say hi, hey. So this is my recent production together with Now, and yeah, I think being a music video producer and being a producer for extraordinary artists, this is actually my real passion, and I want to bring together Berlin and Japan through all my productions, as you might see. And here you got some impressions from the music video. Watch it. It's called "Call Me," and yeah, you see. We got a lot of impressions from Berlin in this music video. And in my earlier years, I also used to produce a festival. It's called Kawaii Festival. And we wanted to bring Harajuku culture to Berlin. But this was pre-COVID, so around 2018, 19. And yeah, had a huge impact, actually. And many people were attending. Here you see some impressions. And look at the face of the guy. Top right. Anyway, yeah, and it had a really huge impact in Berlin, and many people were attending to it. And every event had a certain topic. So in this case, it was called Iconic Iki. So everything had a kind of a topic of a Japanese subway station. So all our conductors and our friends working there had like the JR uniform. Yeah, and I'm also involved into e-commerce. I worked for AliExpress and Alipay a long time ago, and also was producing the Milan Fashion Week 2019 together with them. And our recent work is we work together with the Japanese kawaii artist Sebastian Masuda at the LA House Japan, Japan House LA, and worked on an immersive installation with this bear. So you can essentially wear the VR glasses and you can touch the bear. So you have a haptic feedback and also can see what's happening. And this was kind of a first really nice success. And you can really feel what you see, because I hate being in a virtual world and cannot touch anything. It's like, it's tough for me. So we wanted to fix that. Yeah, and so far, this is my company, Mori, Modern Arts Digital Magic. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Florian. Florian Balke. Yeah, thank you. Next is me. I will tell you a little bit about what Neon does and where we come from. I'll try to keep it short and concise, as all the other colleagues here. Thank you for being so fast at what you had to tell, startup-like. So a little bit about myself. I was born in Germany to an Italian father and a Japanese mother. My father had the vision to call me Roberto, Rome, Berlin, Tokyo. Thankfully, my mother talked some sense to him, and I'm Ryotaro today. Thank God. And but as you can tell by my visual how I look like, most people would not think that I'm Italian, or in Japan most people wouldn't think I'm Japanese. So I had a lot of questions about my identity. Who am I? Where am I? Who do I go to? And this is one of the core values that we built up at Neon, that we are all very, very different. We have unique histories, unique characters. We are individual versions of each of ourselves. However, we are all connected. We all become together as one because we live in one world under one race. And yeah, we need to take care of each other. And this is basically our way of saying we love each other. And this is the way we have to create peace, because culture connects us. And what Neon does to create this uniqueness and oneness is that we exchange culture with each other and appreciate each other. And in my case, I'm following my DNA. It's mainly Japanese culture that comes to Europe, and from Germany, Italy, Germany, I have to be honest, back to Japan. Since we talked about space today, the correlation between space and economy, we created the Neon Fund as one of our main bases and clusters of our business. The Neon Fund is based on the idea that we buy prime real estate at the center of Berlin that is hard to get, and we give that space back to our communities, to cultural projects, to projects that we deem very, very valuable for us as a society, as for a community. It is our way to take objects out of the economical circle of speculation and to create a safe space for a certain amount of years where the cultural projects can actually flourish and grow. Among those, we have a few projects that I would like to introduce you. These are 2 restaurants that we invested in. The left one is Julius, a fine dining restaurant in Berlin-Wedding. And the other one next to it is actually Ernst with Dylan Watson, a Canadian young chef who actually learned cooking in Japan and does a mixture of kaiseki and international fusion. Chef of the Year of Germany and one of the most renowned chefs right now in Europe. And we are happy to have this kind of fusion of culture. You can see the Japanese chefs on the one side and the international staff working together. And we believe that culture is connected not just by one nation, but by the identity of multiple people who believe in the same passion. And one ingredient for all of it is always quality, that it's authentic and high quality. We also produced the first sake brewery in Germany called Reigen. As you can see, we have a Japanese brewer right in the middle next to the risotto farmer from Italy who provides risotto rice for the sake. And we are lucky that the sake is absolutely marvelous, if I may say so by myself, but yeah. Next to it, we are in production of a fermentation and condiment lab where we have a chef from Kyoto who had the courage to set up business in the center of Berlin next to them. And yeah, she's using the best of ingredients and the best of Japanese contemporary ceramics. Probably the most valuable collection that we have in Germany right now regarding Japanese contemporary ceramics. What excites me very much about this project is all these 4 projects are exactly in the same building. So in the basement we have the sake brewery that creates sake that is served in the fine dining restaurants, but at the same time it creates a lot of residual material like sake kasu or komekoji and so on, and this is used as an ingredient to create the fermented products that you see here on the left, and this is again served back to the fine dining restaurants. And all the ingredients come, of course, through the network of the fine dining restaurants because we only use the best of ingredients that we can. So we have a circular economy of multiple companies that are very harmonizing together to create great value together. A few words on the real estate fund so you understand how we create the balance between a commercial project like real estate and cultural projects that actually do not have the money to pay for that kind of objects. And the way we find it is that the yield that we pay out to our investors is very low, just 1% a year. The duration of the project is also 10 years, which is unusually long for a fund. But therefore, we kind of expect a 2 times, 3 times exit when we liquidate the fund. And what it does is it gives the investors the opportunity to park their money safely with us because the money will not get lost in Berlin, not at the rate it's growing, especially not at the premium valued positions where we buy the objects. So they can park their money safely, but while they park their money, they can prospect and support a lot of cultural projects and can see that their money is in use to create something of really great value for the society and the community in that area. And for the tenants, it gives them at least a 10-year safety to grow and build their projects out. And ideally, we are working on it right now to give them also the opportunity to buy the objects while they are renting it. So the transfer of renting and buying is not as harsh and is possible for them because we do not want to cut these projects or end these projects after 10 years, obviously. So we had one fund. We have one fund so far that is going well. It's 1.5 years old. It grew 30%. So good job, Leo. Thank you. And we want to build many more funds. We want to build the Neon House. It's a biophilic project of bringing a holistic content into one building: food, education, social projects like kindergartens and small schools, and entertainment and art and galleries into one building. It was a project that we started in 2019 that got completely destroyed during COVID. So we're still recovering from that, but the dreams keep on. We really want to make this happen once we are at the 4th or 5th fund maybe. And the long-term project is to have a living quarter in Berlin. This is actually an area owned by the Berlin government, but it's a complete, wie nennt man das, Brache? So there's nothing there. So it's next to the river, it's a premium location, but basically it's a big storage for paper and empty bottles, which is a bit sad, 40,000 square meters. Undeveloped land in the center of Berlin, unbelievable. But one day maybe we can get there to create a living quarter with the community, with the neighborhood, from the grassroots up, and create a holistic way of living, another holistic way of living in Berlin, and contribute with our piece of culture. Thank you so much, and that was from me. So, we come to the end of the official part of the conference. We come to the entertaining part, so we will serve. I have to announce, unfortunately, we had District Mayor from Shibuya, Ken Hasebe, to speak here to give us a little greeting for the dinner. Unfortunately, in last week he could not make it, so here I am. And I would like to take the opportunity to say thank you. So, first of all, thank you to the Embassy of Germany to help us create this event together. We've been fighting really hard, and they were the only supporters when no one else would support us. So I'm deeply indebted to the German Embassy. Especially you, Sachio. We've been doing this for 10 years. You have a passion, you have a drive, you never give up, and we wouldn't be here today without you. So, my brothers in arms, Sachio. On that note, I would really like to thank this location. I know it is very, very unusual to have a conference on a sofa, but we really wanted to break up the idea of what a conference is and how information is transferred and how the dialogue goes. And this is very important to us. So thank you to Tokyo for those and to give us this place. I know they're very scared that we're going to party here until 3 o'clock in the morning. Has never happened before. So please behave. And then I have to thank definitely my partner Oksan and his amazing team. We were thinking so many times to give up, but they supported us so well. The Tokyo team was amazing, and yes, and of course, thank you to my overworked team. Overworked, underpaid, understaffed. Teshi, Douglas, Mike, Naho. Yeah. Thank you for pulling through. And lastly, thank you all for coming today and joining this conversation. We really believe that creative space is the backbone of our society, and we really need to be aware and open and fight for the spaces so we can be free. Thank you so much, and let's have a great meal. Kanpai, Prost.